Good morning, everybody. Shall we start? Yes, because the program of the day is quite dense. Director, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel discussion of the conference. Our topic today and this morning is huge. Since we are supposed to cover a field which is basically everything about the actors and the processes leading to reconciliation. Well, it's pretty challenging, I have to say. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference for giving me the opportunity to be here in Dublin with you, and also for taking the risk of giving me the chance to moderate the panel. You will see whether it was a good decision or not. But for me, it's a privilege and a pleasure. Before introducing our speakers, let me tell you from where I'm talking. So my name is not Brian, I'm Valérie, I'm not a BBC correspondent, but a research director at the FNRS in Belgium. And by training, I'm a philosopher and a political scientist. I teach transitional justice and international negotiation at the University of Louvain, Belgium. And my research obsession, I would say, is the limits of reconciliation. And I would like just to give you a very brief anecdote to tell you why it was risky to give me the moderating role today, is that 10 years ago I had the chance to go to the US Institute of Peace as a fellow there, and the first meeting that I had with the director of the US Institute of Peace was something like this. Welcome, Valérie, you know, the American way of welcoming people, very, very nice. We are very happy to have you in the team for a year. Welcome to DC. There is one small thing, minor thing that I would like to tell you. I love your project, but please, could you change the title? And the title of the project, of the book, I would say, was Reconciliation, the Limits of a Fairy Tale. Because he said, there is no limit to reconciliation. And I said, wow, I'm not going to stay here for a year because I'm only interested in the limits, you know. So that's a little bit from where I'm talking now. Yes, I had prepared something about the speakers, yes. So to me, you will see that reconciliation is not always on the agenda, but we already talked about that yesterday. It is not always possible. And I even dare saying that to me, reconciliation is maybe not always necessary. Anyway, we will talk about that later. Let's not turn to the terrific speakers of this morning. I'm thrilled to listen to each of you because you come from completely different backgrounds, and I'm sure you adopt different postures or approaches to reconciliation. So we will have the pleasure to listen to Agata Wąsowska-Pawlik. Agata, you studied art history and you are the director of the International Cultural Center in Krakow. And the center concentrates on cultural heritage in an active dialogue with Poland's neighbors and Central Europe as a whole. You will tell us more about that. Then we will have the pleasure to listen to Juraj Marušiak. Juraj, you are a political scientist and a historian, and you work as a research fellow at the Institute of Political Science in Bratislava, the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Welcome, Juraj. And then we'll have the chance to listen to a local expert, Sinéad McCoole. And Sinéad, you are a historian, an author, a curator, I had checked everything, it's a long list, and an expert in the history of Irish women from the 19th century to the present day. And you are working now on the government centenary program. You will tell us more about that as well. How are we going to proceed? Yesterday afternoon, Paul was a terrific moderator. Yes, indeed, right. And so he will be the inspiration of the day for me. We'll have the same format. First round of short presentation, 6 minutes. I can be a bit more generous than Paul because we have only 3 panelists on the main theme, interaction between social and political actors. Then afterwards we will have a second round. So how can we demobilize minds? That's the question that we all have in mind today. Agata, you will start with the role of cultural local actors, and you have the floor.
Thank you, Valérie, very much. Welcome, everybody. As Valérie mentioned, I come from Kraków, Poland, and I represent the institution established just after political change in 1989. But I would like to start with our yesterday visit to the exhibition after a Great War, because I think not only I agree it was a very, very challenging task to make a mutual consent about the content of the exhibition, the names, the languages, the borders, but also it shows the specificity of Central Europe. And I would like to mention my mentor, Professor Jacek Purchla, who says that in Central Europe, cultural, political borders have been changing much more quicker and more often than the cultural ones. So it means that the region itself is in fact one big borderland, and we are a people of borderland. On that, above on that, we have 20th century and all the migrations, and especially in Poland, we experience the huge immigration, the huge migration of people, and the fact that many people were expelled from the east to the west. So it means that after 1945, we found ourselves sometimes in a very empty and strange and bizarre environment. The environment where the cultural heritage was not ours, and very often the cultural heritage of those areas were the heritage of our enemies. Above on that, we have the Holocaust and the disappearance of the great number of our Jewish neighbors, which adds additional layer to that. And then we had about 50 years of communism, where we lived in a kind of course, it was the whole Eastern Bloc, but we lived in a complete isolation. We didn't know each other at all. It was not easy to travel, and when the ICC was established and many other, the year of political change was somehow extremely fruitful in making a lot of initiatives that were based on making, which aim was to know each other better, to understand why your neighbor is my enemy. And in this process, and I would like to underline that apart from state and official activity or state activity towards, maybe not in our case reconciliation, but understanding our past and understanding the contemporary times, the most important role was played by public intellectuals, what Professor Hrycak mentioned yesterday, and by people like the person I mentioned, Professor Purchla, but also I would like to draw your attention especially to Krzysztof Czyżewski and Weronika Czyżewska-Poncyliusz will speak about the activity of Borderland Foundation, which is located on the near Polish-Lithuanian border and is working on the local Polish, Lithuanian and Jewish memory, which is really essential to help the people there understand and simply live a better life. Because what we really forget very often is that artistic initiatives or artistic activity helps us to build a better, let's say, human in ourselves, yes? A second person or third person I would like to mention is Professor Robert Traba, who, together with Kazimierz Brakoniecki, established Borussia Foundation in Olsztyn, in former Eastern Prussia, where as I and I can this region was a former a German region, and so many. Most of the Germans were expelled from that area, and please, I brought two books for today meeting because I also want to underline and to prove that what we really need is to build bridges, and especially those invisible bridges based on the work of writers and translators. But we, as the ICC, we are a publisher of a quarterly Herito, which is a Polish and English quarterly. And this particular issue was dedicated to invisible places, invisible in not places in terms of topography, but also invisibility that is being in a process more visible. So it is also about kind of a reconciliation. And coming back to the yesterday discussion, I want to finish my intervention with the word of Robert Traba. In my case, it started with Polish-German relationship. In 1991, the first conference, Eastern Prussia, the Heritage and New Identity, took place. It turned out to be a shocking breakthrough moment when discussing forced displacement of people, we said for the first time, yes, we were the perpetrators too. Because it was simple like that. If someone could have acted differently and yet they beat and chased away those who had to leave, they were also responsible. And it was not an admission of collective fault, but an attempt at truthful dialogue. So you remember yesterday discussion about the perpetrators and the victim, and that kind of processes in the context of war, of current war, as you see, we need both sides for this process. So Robert Traba with Borussia Foundation, Krzysztof Czyżewski with Borderland Foundation. There are many other places in Poland who are working on this sensitive issue of memory, but I just want to underline those two, Agata, because they are, yeah.
Because otherwise I'm not going to.
I was afraid that...
You will have more time to develop, I promise. Sorry. No, it was very clear. So you mentioned this millefeuille, I would say in French, you know, this fantastic pastry, this millefeuille of painful memories in Central Europe, and the need for mutual understanding, the importance of people-to-people initiatives, invisible bridges. I think we all understand why it's important. It makes me think about one sentence from Jean Monnet, you know, this European father, who said once, and it's a famous sentence, nothing changes without people. That's what the center does. But he added, but nothing lasts without institutions. And in this regard, your work, Juraj, is very enlightening, because Juraj doesn't work on the local, cultural, people-to-people initiatives, but on the political, symbolic gestures, so macro level and not meso or micro level. So maybe you can explain why it is so important, commemorations, political gestures. So you have the floor.
Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, firstly I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for inviting me to such conference. So one of the research aims of our institute is also one of the topics of research are the issues of the politics of the past, issues of commemoration, how this burden of the past is providing an impact on the shaping of political identities of contemporary Slovakia's political actors, mostly, of course, in a comparative perspective. And also, in my case, the topic of my research is the foreign policy of Slovak Republic and how this heritage of the past or burden of the past, it depends on the interpretation and on the point of view of individual actors, how is this impact on the relations of Slovakia with other countries or with other nations. However, as we can see, this issue of only the issue of the foreign policy, it is very often also topic of domestic policy, the relations between the majority population and the minorities. But also this policy of reconciliation is also brings also an evidence of the identity of the country. So the policy of reconciliation in case of Slovakia had a crucial impact on, so it was it accompanied the so-called nation emancipation process of Slovaks since the end of 1980s. Because the memory on the Slovak state from the interwar period, the single time when the independent Slovak state existed, was associated with the collaboration with Nazi Germany. It was associated with also fascist government and with the deportation of Jews since 1942. In such case, of course, this historical experience of Slovakia is very similar to the Croatian or even Ukrainian one. But the debate about the past, in fact, started in the environment of the anti-communist dissidents and intellectuals within the country, but even before it started in the Slovak exile. And the main question to be discussed in the second half of 1980s, but even before, who was guilty? Who was responsible for such a tragedy? But it was also connected with the discussion about the future of the country. And Slovak society, both in exile but also in Slovakia, was really in such a sense, such terms, divided. One part claimed that the tragedy of Jews, the deportation of Jews was just connected to, was just caused because of the Second World War, because of Adolf Hitler, and because of Nazi Germany. and they refused to debate about the responsibility of the Slovak government, of the Slovak political elites about it. On the other hand, there was another group within the Slovak democratic exile who claimed that really it was that it is impossible to deny the responsibility of Slovak political elites. So the continuation of such debates we can see also now, for example, in Hungary during the controversies about the monuments of Holocaust monuments in Budapest. So. The first such declaration has been adopted in Slovakia in 1987. And what was a big surprise, it was this declaration commemorating the deportation of Jews and responsibility of the Slovak government was adopted not only by Slovak dissidents, but also by it was signed by some so-called mainstream intellectuals. It means intellectuals who could work, who were able to work in the official structures. What was also very interesting, how it was connected with the politics, because the crucial sentence of this declaration was not only the confirmation of the responsibility of fascist Slovak government and Jozef Tiso, but also it was about the future principles of the political organization of Slovakia, and what was also very crucial importance and probably not widely discussed at that time, there was not mentioned the word of Czechoslovakia that time. So although Slovakia still was a part of common federal Czechoslovak Republic, but maybe it was a sign of that the debate of the future of the country, future of Czechoslovakia, should be open. So, so you see here the crucial role played the political exile dissidents. It means the emerging civil society. However, as it was stressed already several times, the process of reconciliation is impossible without the official institutions. It is, of course, a process of both top-down and bottom-up process, and it is definitely not a one-track process. We speaking about.
Maybe we can explore the rest later. You know,
yes, okay.
Keep the pace of the, because the organizers are very sensitive to the fact that we have to be dynamic, you know, and also maybe we can keep the pace, if you don't mind, Juraj. So what I wanted to say is that you mentioned one question, Agata, in your presentation: how can we have a better life? Individual level. You mentioned another question, Juraj. Who was guilty? Completely different kind of questions, but actually maybe related. And this game of this evolution from occultation of an embarrassing past to an acknowledgement of the past, and this interesting contagion from the dissidents to the mainstream intellectuals and maybe afterwards the government. And here now we will turn to you, Sinéad, with something very concrete, a little bit more, actually at both level, political but also local level. Could you tell us more concretely, a bit more about the centenary initiative that you launched?
Sure. I'm going to start off this morning with... Oh, sorry, excuse me. I'm going to start off this morning with the the film, just following on from my Turbo presentation last night. So if we put that on, but I'm going to do it without the sound so that I can talk and it's playing in the background. So I'm currently working for the Irish government in the Department of Tourism, Culture, Arts, Gaeltacht, Sports and Media. We're producing an online portal, a resource called manol100.ie, which came directly out of the pandemic because we were in a position that we had to go online. And what was challenging, but also really interesting, because my background is history of art as well as history, was to actually animate history in a way that would bring in people and bring in different people. So we've made films, we've made podcasts, we've used photo essays, as you can see here on the screen. And so what's important in relation to what is to do with reconciliation in relation to what Manol 100 does is because the women had been written out of our country's history, and there was a huge interest in the period during the centenary commemoration, which began in 2012. So we're coming to the end of the decade, the last 3 years being the most challenging. During the lead up to this particular moment, where we're in June of 22, Ireland had a civil war. Very close to us here on the Quays, there's a lower court complex called the Four Courts, and that was attacked. And one of the direct results of that also was that our public record office was blown up, so documents related as far back as the medieval period were destroyed. So in one moment we had a civil war following centuries of occupation and being part of the British Empire, and we were the colony closest to home. We had 7 periods of rebellion during that time. But one of the most crucial things for this reconciliation that always has to be remembered in relation to Irish history and this revolutionary period is what the Irish call Gurtha Mór and what the Americans call the Great Potato Famine, being that the staple food of the poor and the Irish was the potato famine, but the crops that were exported, it is believed, would have fed the people. And what's really crucial and important to understanding our Decade of Centenary program is an understanding of that earlier history. Because in 1966, when it was 50 years after the 1916 Rising, which was part of that campaign of independence, when a small group occupied key buildings in Dublin and declared a republic. That's 1966 50th anniversary year. The population of Ireland was 2.8 million. This year, I looked it up, we're over 5 million for the first time in the last census before the famine, but the data can't be confirmed because it was destroyed in the Four Courts. But the statistical basis of the census in 1841 was that we had a population of 8 million people. Now, again, that's disputed because of the numbers. The given in our school books is that 1 million people emigrated and 1 million people died as a result of that, the loss of the potato famine between the years of 1847, it's called Black 47, and right up to 1851. Slightly outside the realm of my expertise, but I really felt it was important to illustrate that for the wider audience, because when you look at a revolutionary period, you have to look at folk memory, you have to look at how the diaspora, the exiled as being described here, view the country's history and why it's important. Then to look at the role of women, which is my particular area of expertise. But I wanted also just to refer to the questions that I was asked in relation to this session, and that is the actors. Probably the greatest actor in terms of the reconciliation process was a man by the name of Oscar Traynor, He was involved in the revolutionary period, but he was the Minister for Defence in 1947 when he set up the Bureau of Military History. And why that's important for women's history is because the Bureau of Military History was the only time that 1,000 or so people could go and tell their story without anybody else listening or dictating. We look at our pension record for the military, and that was to get money. And so when we talk about that pension record, which I can talk about in a lot more detail, that has been digitised by the Irish government. So the digitisation of family records and the military pensions has been made available as part of our Decade of Centenary programme in order to make accessibility to the records so that people can see the records of their family's struggle, both those who are on either side of the Civil War. So one of our reconciliations is to make manuscripts and material available. So what Oscar Traynor did by opening up that dialogue. And the reason I wanted to highlight the population and I wanted to talk about the famine was because you look at it from your populations and you say, why would it be such a big deal that you had 1,000 people who are giving this record? There are 300 odd contemporary documents. What's that significant? Tiny figures. When Carlton Younger, who wrote the first book on the Irish Civil War in 1968, came to this country and put the story together for the first time, he said that it was very personal Irish history because the population was so small. And one of the things that's very important to realise about Ireland is that our political leaders are descended from our revolutionaries on both sides. And for the first time in Irish history, we have two political powers in sharing a coalition who come from both sides, and that's our moment of commemoration for the Civil War. And we're now at the point where we have to look at the difficult piece, which is looking at our Civil War. So I welcome questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sinéad. Interesting, you brought something else. I think that so far we didn't speak a lot yesterday neither about this question of colonial past. And to me it's important because so far we underlined, we together in this conference, that reconciliation process do depend on the actors, sure. They do depend as well on the nature of the violence that was committed. And the nature of violence is related to the nature of the relationships. And I would like maybe to mention 4 scenarios that are possible, that we touched here and there since yesterday afternoon. The first scenario is international conflict. You know, you mentioned that just a moment, Juraj. So the other is the enemy to fight. One scenario. A second scenario is a civil war, not an international war, where the other, yes, is an enemy, but the other is a traitor to punish. Yesterday we had the South African case, and it's slightly different. So the reconciliation processes can't be exactly the same. The third scenario is a colonial scenario, where the other is a child to educate. And in the Belgian-Congolese case, is even a barbarian to civilize. Still different scenario. And the fourth scenario that we mentioned yesterday and this morning is a case of a genocide where the other is an animal to exterminate. So to me, the reconciliation processes can't be, similar for all cases. Anyway, that's one thing that I wanted to add. So now we have some time between you first. Do you have any kind of adjustment, mutual understanding issue between you? Or we can open the floor to the audience. It's really up to you. Agata, you want to?
Well, as I said that I brought 2 books, so I just want to mention the other one. For me, it's especially important in the context of Russian aggression and the war that is taking place. There is a great writer in all. He especially explicitly mentions the role of those other actors in the reconciliation process, but also in simply building better understanding of the past. These are translators and editors and publishing houses, because the problem is that we don't know each other, and there is not enough courage among, for example, publishing houses and also state to support enough translations. And he wrote, there's an essay from 2011 in Leipzig. She received a prize, the European, it was a prize called the prize, book prize for the European understanding. And in 2011, he already is referring to the Ukraine and Belarus in his speech on the when he received the prize. Do forgive me my random translation because the book is just in Polish, so I just want to mention that because we know too little, we read too little, there is not enough translation because most of the publishing houses have not enough courage because we need more support because the situation is not good in terms of publishing. And he also another a sentence from his speech. It's about the Ukrainian author, the friend of his, Juraj Andruchowicz, who at that time wrote to him, "Every day we feel the coming the coming war, the arrests, blood, murderers," and Yuri add also, if one day, in 2011, if one day Europe sees in Ukraine something like a second Balkans, let nobody be surprised. So that is why I just want to underline the importance of reading, of building those invisible bridges based on books and based on artistic activities. I'm sure that Veronika will also mention the invisible bridge that is being built, or it's as a kind of a ritual was invented by Borderland Foundation.
Okay. Thank you, Agata. That's interesting because yesterday we had a debate with some panelists saying how education was important and books, and that's something that you emphasized. And then we had someone else coming from Auschwitz saying, "No, you know, the books and so on. It's all about people meeting." But I think both dynamics are extremely important. So, if you don't mind, shall we open the floor to the audience? You want to?
So I just want to make one point. I just think it would be remiss of me just not to mention this, that one of the reasons that we're here and meeting today is because of Glencree. And Glencree was established by Una O'Higgins O'Malley and others. And she is the child of someone who was directly, as a result of our civil war, her father was assassinated. And it's very important to remember her and to remember what she did. So I hope you don't mind me just mentioning that.
No, of course not. Juraj, you want to?
I just only wanted to add this to this. You made an excellent typology of relations between these two societies or two countries, like a colonial. But I would like maybe to make it more simpler. The crucial precondition for reconciliation is mutual recognition of the equality of the partners. Yeah, that they must to be perceived equal. This is the first condition. The second condition is the lack of the feeling of the threat from the partner's side. Yeah. So this is very important, and but also in case of our, especially in case of our post-communist countries, but also in case of Germany, because we must not forget that Germany was this country introducing the concept of reconciliation in Europe. and it is really the what kind of identity wanted the political elite to develop. And this process of reconciliation inspired by Germany, firstly in terms of relations with France, then in relations with Israel, but also later with Poland and Czech Republic, but also with Russia, was that Germany didn't want to be perceived as a potential threat for Europe. On the other hand, Germany wanted to be perceived as a peaceful, non-military leader of Europe, and as a confidential and peaceful partner. So this is very important. And what is maybe the problem of our societies in Central Europe, that whilst in between this reconciliation between Germany and France took place in the period of the progress of European integration, and the current level of European unity has been achieved thanks to German-French reconciliation. In our cases, we just entered the European Union, but as general, without the experience of reconciliation with our neighbors. So our reconciliation process, it started maybe at the beginning of 1990s in case of Slovakia with the Germans. In the case of Czechs, this Czech-German reconciliation was much more complicated process due to the different past. But for example, this is not the case of Slovak-Hungarian relations. Yeah. So
Juraj, I think we have to I would like to open the floor to the audience, and maybe we'll have a chance to go further, right? Okay. Thank you. Sorry to be so frustrating. So you mentioned something important now with the way the violence ended. It's an additional variable. So the actors, the nature of relationship, but also the way the violence ended. Was it a negotiation process or a military defeat? It's much easier to get reconciled with someone who is on the ground, defeated, than with someone who is still a rival after a negotiation process. The students always think, oh, it's easier to get reconciled after a negotiation process. No, it's not. Much more difficult. Anyway, we can discuss about that if you want. Yes, we have a question there. Then another one, a third one, a fourth one. Fantastic. So let's have the question, please. Madam?
So my name is Barbara Walshe, and I'm with the Glencree Centre for Peace and Reconciliation, and I was really glad to hear Sinéad talk about Una O'Higgins O'Malley, because the centre, which is almost 50 years old now, came out of the Civil War. And in a way, there was a very strong female presence and a sense that there needed to be reconciliation after the Civil War that brought people together, political parties who came out of violence in some way or another into the political system, and that they got an opportunity to meet each other. And I suppose over that 50 years, Glencree has been a part of the reconciliation process, and it's a long time. And in a sense, what you have all said is that reconciliation is not something that happens in 10 or 15 years. It's a process that happens over time, and that at some level it must come from the institutions, from the political system, and also from what's happening on the ground. Mm-hmm. And the whole notion of building bridges, invisible bridges, cultural bridges, you know, is so important within all of that, because politics and politics moves on in some way and creates the borders, you know, and then people have to live with them. So the reconciliation that needs to happen with the displacement and the movement, that's where the real work of reconciliation it happens. So I just wanted to say that.
No, thank you. It's so important that you mentioned this political and public momentum. What I suggest is that we collect the 4 questions and then you will share them, right? Thank you very much for your sharing this knowledge. Yes, please. You don't mind if I interrupt you? Is there a micro?
Thank you. Just really as a kind of friendly sort of invitation to Sinéad, I'm very struck by the fact that our Irish presentation focused on one particular subset of the many violent episodes that took place in Ireland, in the island of Ireland in the 20th century. And I just have a feeling that maybe some of our guests from Central Europe may not, be fully aware of sort of the dynamics of the Irish Civil War, that it was literally, in the most literal sense, a civil war. It was, in a sense, a war, between two factions. Two ideological groups. It was a situation where it was very likely to have sort of members of the same family on different sides,
I must say that it was just the format in terms of.
It
was the format.
And I would just, as a part, I would say that there is a qualitative difference between that situation and an international war or an intercommunal war between two communities where there's very little intermarriage and very little sort of cultural contact. There's a very particular There's a very particular dynamic about a civil war, an ideological civil war, in which sort of an entire sort of mega community is temporarily divided. It has all the dynamics of a family dispute in a way, where you remain very closely connected to people on the other side. They don't go away. And in a sense, the two sides are doomed to reconcile. They have no choice. The nation's survival depends on the reconciliation, and yet, in practice, it depends on a mixture of silence and gradual facing up to truth. It's a very particular situation.
Yeah, sure, no, and that was one of the things that I wanted to reference, because it's really important that one of the ways in which the Irish coped was in the silence. And we'll all know that we're very good in terms of our cultural, the drama and the song and the music. And so it was very difficult for people to speak. And you have to see that it's against the backdrop of what we know as the Troubles. And what I think you refer to there in particular, yes, absolutely, the smallness of the population. But I suppose in this forum, I need to say, and as I said, I sort of panicked with the small amount of time I had within this group. We've never looked to Europe, and we're 50 years in the European Union, and this is a moment, we're now at the point of our future. Our civil war, while it was small, it was confined, we're on an island, we didn't even make your map in the exhibition, we're on the edge of Europe. Now we have a political situation that has developed where we're in Europe, and our nearest neighbour and long-time foe, and more recently, that we've made more of an ally. I think what we now have is a changing setup, and I think where we belong in the reconciliation is we are now looking to understand Europe, to understand that. But Ireland always played a part in every country because our diaspora spread so widely. And I think that if you see how our involvement with the America and the United States and looking west has been so important politically for us, is because of the underpinning of that famine and that what I spoke about. So I suppose that's where my brain went in terms of it. And thank you for clarifying that for me. And I'll be happy to answer outside of this any questions about the Civil War.
Thank you.
I know that very well.
So we have this reference of the long-term process, this specific element, and now we turn to you.
Oh.
Yes. Okay. Then it will be a package of 6 questions. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Catherine O'Lone. I'm a social psychologist at the Wolf Institute at the University of Cambridge. I just wanted to say thank you very much for a fascinating discussion. The project I'm working on is looking at forgiveness and reconciliation, but incorporating the role of artificial intelligence and computer modelling. So my question to all of you really is, what role do you think technology can play in addressing these multi-level processes of reconciliation?
Role of technology? You took it. Thank you very much for this excellent question. There is a...
May I? All right. once again, my name is Emir Suljovic. I come from the Srebrenica Memorial Center. And then just as I was about to say that I didn't hear one word in this panel, Valérie mentioned it, and it was the word defeat. And we all seemed, and this may be more of a comment, but I'd actually like to hear back from you, because we all seem to forget that French-German reconciliation, all of this European, all these processes that we refer to as reconciliation came in the wake of tens, perhaps hundreds of tons, hundreds of thousands of tons of high explosives being dropped on German cities in 1941 to 1945. And even so, by 1951, actually in the Adenauer administration, all the former Nazis were already back in the German administration. Even Gestapo members were in the former, back in the administration. Wehrmacht was literally rehabilitated because NATO needed another member. NATO was created, and let me quote Lord Harold Ismay, to keep the Americans in, Germans down and the Russians out. So I really have a feeling sometimes that we are producing history or producing, trying to fit into today history that's not elegant into our today's narrative. And I would really like to, and a second point that's a little bit of a finer historical point to Professor Marušiak. Yes, I would agree with you that we could draw parallels between the Pavelić and Tiso regime, but let's not forget that Croatia had a vibrant and massive anti-fascist movement, and that they were at one point probably even a majority in Tito's partisans, and especially from the Dalmatian coast. I just wanted to clarify that for the record, but that's I don't mean this as a criticism of any sort. I know you're aware of that. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very important elements with this question of non-elegant burden of the past. And there is no fairy tale after mass atrocities. Yes.
We've got two other here and here.
Yes, and then
here maybe we'll
and here before and
you want them,
no. We take them all because otherwise we won't have, and then we'll have discussion, okay, if you don't mind.
So just few words about reconciliation between Germany and Italy, because just 1 month ago, Germany takes Italy to United Nations Court over the Nazi era compensation claims. The debate dates started in 2008, when some relatives of civilian victims of the Nazi fascist occupation in Tuscany reclaimed compensation, and still the question is open. That's all.
Dariusz Karłowicz. I'm sorry if my question is too philosophical, but I have a problem with an actor which is a state. Because reconciliation, if I understand properly that word, has something in common with restoring friendship. That's, I mean, it belongs in terms of Ralph Dahrendorf to the hot society, not the cold one. And I mean, the traditional philosophy dealt a lot with a friendship. When you take Aristotle, you have friendship as a background of a relation within society, and the level of friendship may be a measure of a good and bad society in some sense. But I mean, how to deal with friendship in any kind of a liberal mind, which is intellectual background of today's state. I mean, whatever, if you take a neoliberal or a classical liberal, you can deal on tolerance, that we can tolerate each other. But a positive attitude of that kind maybe, say, I mean, they are repressed, in fact, in the sphere of minimal state. So I'm afraid that talking on reconciliation, I mean, of a state as an actor of reconciliation, we are really in a deeply paradoxical way, because there is no metaphysics, no anthropology, which may serve to create any kind of that imperative. I mean, why liberal state may say that reconciliation is better than the lack of reconciliation, or is better than a tolerance. And I think that, I mean, that's an effect of let's say, of a lack of a religion and metaphysical aspect. That, I mean, we all should remember that talking about reconciliation, we are in fact somehow irrational in terms of nowadays political thought. That's rather intervention than question.
So important, you bring something else, which is the importance of emotions as well, and not only on rationality. And we saw how intense it is, but I don't want to take the floor. So thank you very much for your reminding of this long-term consequence of the war. We are still talking about that. Yes, please. Two questions.
Three more.
All right, fantastic.
Hi. I'm Hubertus Glandorf, working for the State Parliament of Rhineland-Palatinate. It's a region in Germany. In Germany, a study recently found out that 68% of the German people think that in their family were no perpetrators in the Nazi era. So in Germany, see this as a threat to the culture of remembrance and a threat to democracy. So my question is, how should German state actors deal with these family narratives? Or in other words, what does these family narratives means for reconciliation?
So important question. So you take note of everything, right? After what you... I will remind it to you of you.
Hiya, I'm Tara Grace Connolly. I wear several different hats, but I have an academic interest in UN Security Council Resolution 1325, Women, Peace and Security, particularly in the context of Northern Ireland post-conflict. And my question is kind of related to something that will happen in Glencree later on, but I find it interesting that we're having these conversations today, that right now, this morning in Northern Ireland, it's making news that the leader of Sinn Féin has publicly congratulated the Queen on her Platinum Jubilee and praised her role in peace building. And that act of reaching out has been met with an awful lot of people doubting the sincerity of that action. And while the Northern Ireland peace process has many things wrong with it, one thing they did get right is, I'm seeing the word actor on the screen, a lot of the actors have been women. I would be curious to hear the panel's thoughts on the mixing of mistrust with sexism, in particular in those processes of peace building and reconciliation, because there have been a lot of prominent women involved in reconciliation and peace building in Northern Ireland, but they have been met with significant mistrust and a lot of sexism mixed in with that. And how do you overcome those preconceived sort of biases towards women being involved as actors?
Thank you. I think that Sinéad, you will have something to say about that at least. And the last question, if I don't miss anybody here.
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to mention that it's a pity that Cyprus is not represented in the discussion. We lack the experience of Cyprus, and for me this is a failure, I would say. But I would like to make things, sorry for doing this, but I would like to make things a little bit more complicated. The categorization in these four paradigms that you mentioned, Madam Moderator, was very helpful. But if you take, for example, the case of Greece, and maybe this doesn't apply only to our history, you had the triple occupation, German, Bulgarian, Italian. You had the partisans representing different imperialisms from states, Britain and Soviet Union. You had the civil war that came exactly during it started during the Second World War, and of course it expanded later. And then you had also the Holocaust. Four typologies at the same time. Different realities, intermixing with each other, a big mess, and until today we are not able to deal with it. And this became quite obvious during the financial crisis in Greece with populism, the participation of the far right, the neo-Nazi far right in the parliament, and the discussion whether we have overcome and reached this reconciliation. Apparently, I think we haven't.
No, you're right to mention the fact that the categories that I mentioned are not incompatible, unfortunately. And like always in analysis, when we try to analyze reality, we try to offer categories, but of course, in the real world, they are mixed up and messy. just that sometimes it helps a little bit to give bodies. All right, so we have a kind of, you know, bouquet de fleurs, the question, right? So many flowers. Let's take them as flowers. You pick up the one you want. So I noticed down a discussion of public opinion with a kind of regression and forgetful, a kind of, we forgot that, and that we were guilty, the family narratives, the question of the role of new technologies, the question of silence, we already touched upon that, the question of sexism and mistrust, the more philosophical question. Who would like to start? And let's try to be concise.
Well, I'm not able to answer all the questions.
No, you take the one you want.
But in terms of Germany, if of course, I am not able to give any advice, but I just want to draw your attention to another initiative, which is Polish-German School Manual Committee, which has been working since 50 years already. It was established in 1972, and it consists of most important historians from both sides. But recently, the manual for schools, the age, I think, 11 till 15, was made. It's called Europe, unsere Geschichte, Europa, nasza historia. And this is one of the, because the school manual was discussed and was, well, the content is a result, I think, of similar discussions that took place while making your exhibition we saw yesterday. And it is, of course, not the only solution for that, but I think that only education can help. No other. I can also comment. My institution, we organized some years ago already, 2011, an exhibition on which is called "Hunting Down the Modernism" on Entartete Kunst in Poland and Germany. It was shown in Krakow, and then it was shown in Mülheim am der Ruhr. And when it was shown in Germany, we know from our partner that there were people who were very, let's say, angry or they simply arguing about the fact that the war started on the 1st of September. And in terms of Polish-German relations, it started on the 1st of September 1939. But they were already then, let's say, comments that it is not true. So the lack of education is...
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Agata. Sinéad? Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment that we're having a dumbing down of history. Yeah, is that coming out? And that this is happening also in the UK, and so it's not becoming, we had a fight there recently where, it was going to be taken off the curriculum, compulsory curriculum, and then it was brought back by the Minister of Education at the time, Joe McCoole. And what I wanted to comment on, first of all, in relation to the percentages with people in Germany, is that there is a huge interest in family history, but we have found that during our commemoration that it's, we've all been very selective in what relatives we talk about. And so when we talk about silences in Ireland, it's like the selective way in which we speak. So we'd often be thought of as being very talkative, but not actually really talking about, avoiding certain subjects and working through. And we've all done that in our countries. And when we talk about divisions and different histories, the bridges we're talking about are these type of conferences where we have commonalities in emotion. So we go back to here. We have a country that was the predominantly Catholic, 90% of the population, and the way that that people were reconciling was attending Mass, and Mass became a central thing. Now that religion isn't there, that's been replaced by the state. Is the state an actor, or is the state a facilitator in order to allow, the funding of programs and initiatives? So while at one point we're reducing our education element, but then we have a huge cultural element rising. And what's really important are the school groups that visit all of the places, the intergenerational connections with these preserving of memory, because the people who are going to be very interested in those memories are the grandchildren of the actors that are involved. So while all the questions seem disparate, just to answer, to see if I could do it, the IT question there with artificial intelligence is there's a wonderful line from a poem by one of our poets called Yvonne Boland, and she says, "Our past will be the future of other women." And that's really important to remember. And just finally, in relation to the lady who's talking about the women and sexism, I suppose, what we've been hoping to do through commemoration is that sort of reconciliation in an acknowledgement of the various ways in which people have been excluded, whether it be baby females or any sort of diversity, and so that's what this is all about, is inclusion.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe before giving you the floor, regarding this intergenerational transmission, not only of narratives but also of emotions, just to tell you that we launched a research project, an ambitious research project at the University of Louvain with social psychologists, historians, and political scientists. And what we do is that we interview people from both linguistic sides in Belgium, and in each family we have the 3 generations in families affected by collaboration during World War II or affected by colonization. And it's incredible. I mean, it's not only about the narratives that are transmitted from one generation to the other one, but the intensity of emotions. Grief, guilt, shame, and resentment are the 4 main emotions that are literally transmitted from one generation to the other one with the same intensity, like a cascade in a mountain. It poof, poof. There is nothing you can do to stop it. That's really impressive, but I don't want to take too much time. Juraj.
Okay, I would like to react to the comment delivered by our colleague from Croatia regarding this parallels between Pavelić regime and Tiso. Yes, exactly. I agree with you. Also with this presence of anti-fascist resistance in both countries. Also in Slovakia took place this Slovak national uprising. But I just think that in fact we are both countries with the experience of a kind of civil war, and at least in terms of narratives within the society, this civil war has never ended. Yeah. So this reconciliation with the external world, with like in Croatia with Serbs and Jews, in Slovakia with, for example, mostly with Jews, but also even a process of reconciliation with Roma people, which has never begun. In fact, it is also, this debate is a continuation of these conflicts from the period of the Second World War. It confirms the presence of extreme right in Slovak parliament. Also, radical right narratives are present in among the Croatian political Croatian political parties regarding this conflict of narrations in Germany. Really, I cannot give any advice how to deal with it, but I think simply Europe after 1989 experienced the new wave of nationalism, because also a reunification of Germany was a result of the nationalization of the country, and also the revolutions at the end of 1980s were not only political revolutions. It was not only the restoration of market system of capitalism, but these revolutions were also the nationalist revolutions. Yeah, because we experienced the reinterpretation of the narrative about the national state. Some national states just emerged, and within all these nationalist ideologies are based on the self-victimizations of the societies. And this idea of self-victimization is not very good compatible with the idea of integration and the idea of reconciliation. So these tensions are here, and probably these tensions are inevitable. And what is maybe also another part of this process is this process of globalization, the process of information revolution. So now we face a deep crisis of authorities. The state or this official education system is no more moral authority, an unquestionable moral authority. We, because of information technologies, because of the new media, because of the unlimited space of information, we simply face the non-regulated competition of different narratives, such kind of pluralization and fragmentation of the societies, and what is also its consequence is that the dialogue, which was in the modern period moderated by some actors in a democratic way, this dialogue is non-regulated, and this dialogue, this public debate is without the moderator, and in fact it has, of course, destructive consequences for the idea of dialogue as such.
Thank you. So we need a moderator that could be historian in this game, I guess, to put a kind of frame within which the tensions and the plurality can play. Or maybe we can try to pray and ask the help of Bach, so the composer from Germany, because he was really the master of the contrepoint, the polyphony. How can we play with different voices? But yes.
Well, this is back to the same question of artificial intelligence. Sorry, this is back to the question that was raised about artificial intelligence, which is who are we handing the power over to? And so the profession of the historian for so many decades had a gravitas, and we had a canon, and we had an understanding. And now that we're changing that canon, maybe to add in the role of women, for example, if you don't use the methods and the methodology that was put in place for historians, then what you get is a popularist history that is just, bowing to contemporary issues in a way that isn't measured. And when you talk about, political science as a science implied, so we can use all of our individual methodologies, but the importance is the academy must stay strong and
we do agree.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even though I'm not within the academy, I can see the value of that.
We will ask the philosophers to help us, since we have great philosophers in the room as well. I would like to check whether there are other questions, burning questions in the audience, coming from the audience. No? Then maybe to wrap up, there is maybe something that we didn't touch upon yet, and we are not going to elaborate on this, but we mentioned in the actors that calls for reconciliation can come from above, can come from below. You mentioned that both are almost necessary at the same time. We didn't mention calls for reconciliation coming from outside. That's even, and this is something I'm used to, since in Belgium we are very good at going to the Congo, to Rwanda, to say, you should get reconciled, even though in Belgium it's a disaster, it's a messy country in terms of no unfinished business of reconciliation between ourselves. And what is interesting is that, to me, in terms of processes, when calls for reconciliation come only from above, it's going to fail, right? I mean, there is no way you can force your population to favor a rapprochement if people don't feel that they need it, that there is no other choice. And our Irish colleagues, you mentioned that there was a need for reconciliation, not other option for the people. They realized that themselves. But when calls for reconciliation come from outside, not only Belgium, but let's say an American NGO working in the Congo saying, okay, we have a kit for stabilizing peace, and here are the conditions, the checklist, it doesn't lead anywhere. But it's not only that it's useless, it can be counterproductive, which means that in calling for reconciliation, when you are from outside, when you don't know the context very well, when you don't pay attention to the suffering, you can add violence to the situation. Okay? That's super important. I wanted to tell that here, to say that, I remember one Rwandan person, a woman, she was totally disfigured. And she was left alone after the genocide, living on a colline with a community of killers, basically. And some people from the NGO I was working with were all the time putting the emphasis on reconciliation. At a certain moment she said, come on, right? I already live with them. Don't ask me more. Don't ask me too much. That's what I mean with the question of, at some point it becomes almost indecent when you come from outside and we say, in the Balkans, you should get reconciled. You could enter the EU if you get reconciled between. I understand the right motivation, and I don't put into question the good faith of the person. It's not. But good intentions don't always, lead to good outcomes. That's something. Do you wanted to say something, Juraj?
Maybe I would like to remind one movie, Quo Vadis Aida, regarding this so-called non-reconciliation in Bosnia and Herzegovina, where really the victims and perpetrators live together, and they are like neighbors, sometimes even very close neighbors, relatives. Their friends are their children of perpetrators and children of victims are schoolmates. So this, and on the other hand, especially both like in Croatia, in Serbia, but also not to speak about Bosnia or Kosovo, the same elites were responsible for ethnical cleanings, for mass killings, for mass murders, for the war, are still in power. Vučić was leader of the youth organization of Serbian Radical Party, former Croatian president, Miss Kolinda Grabar-Kitarević. She was also head of youth organization. We sometimes expect that the new generation, like a younger generation, will be the actor of reconciliation. However, both people who are now 40 or 50 years old are just people who socialized themselves during the war period. So even they are sometimes more radical than the generation of their grandparents, than the generation of who experienced Tito's Yugoslavia. So this is what are also these borders or limits of reconciliation. The people-to-people contacts are sometimes really could be helpful, but also, for example, some kind of mass migration of Ukrainians, for example, to Central Europe could open also some old conflicts. Not only it could bring the reconciliation, and because it is really the contact of people from very different environments. And also when I spoke about Roma people, this is nobody needs, for example, in our societies, reconciliation with Roma, because they are not interstate actor. The social prestige of Roma people to be social prestige to be Roma is very low, and in fact, the issue of reconciliation with Roma is the issue driven mostly by some local NGOs or by some isolated politicians, but without any mass support. They are generally risking their prestige or their re-election.
Well, what a tragedy. Yes, two reactions, if you don't mind, Agata. Yes, Jeffrey, and you.
Thanks. One of the things which is emerging for me from the panel discussion and this morning is we're underestimating the power of trauma, not just personal trauma, but collective trauma. It's a whole new area that we're trying to get our heads, well, our emotions and our hearts around. So when Sinéad says of the famine, that we had to track it through folk memory, but you see, we're underestimating silence, how long silence can be, and the fact that it took that generation that suffered from the famine couldn't talk about it. Mm-hmm. And so when you say the results of your research about, you said shame, guilt, resentment, and the sense of victimization. Those are all elements that we have to connect. And our experience is you start with storytelling. But you see, the psychologists don't like storytelling because they say that's talk therapy, and it's not. They're not recognizing, well, first of all, the only route is cognitive behavior therapy, which is far too cognitive and too heavy on the left side of the brain. The right side of the brain is enabling the voice to be to allow to be heard, and that's but then the psychologists say, well, you see, talking about story, that's re-traumatizing the victim, but it's not, because we have to enable words to be put on the emotional trauma and the experience. And we have discovered that peer storytelling is a very profound process, that victims tell stories to each other, and that is an empowering process.
Absolutely, and I just want to confirm that the worst situation that we observed so far within the team research, where I do work, there and there, is this situation in families where the young generation is driven by emotions without the text. That's the worst. They are driven by grief, a guilt that they don't understand, but they cannot build their life. Right.
Once again, I'm sorry. I'm going to have my place tomorrow, but I just wanted to tell Juraj that Quo Vadis Aida is about one small episode within the larger saga of Srebrenica, and it's very fictionalized version of those events. And I'm telling you this because one of the characters in the film is loosely based on me, and according to that film, here are the 3 things that I did in Srebrenica. I told everyone that we were all going to get killed. I smoked marijuana, and I made love to Dutch nurses. And only one of these things is true. Okay, so, and I'm going to tell you which one. So don't read too much into it.
Thank you very much. You have a...
He stole the whole session because he's the actor.
Maybe this is a good combination, because I wanted to put to the end of the discussion the word sensitivity, because this is absolutely needed, not only for actors between them. The reconciliation processes are going on, but also from outside. And it was the fear which we had, especially after 24th of February, organizing this specific meeting about these themes, that there will be enough between us, being ready to try to tell or to teach our Ukrainian friends there is a time for reconciliation and you have to think about that. And we are absolutely not in the position to do that. We can be there, we can help somehow, but without pushing anything in this direction, because this is simply not the moment for that. And not everyone understood it. But especially when you are when we are from a long yes, when the distance is too long. Thank you.
There is, I think it's time, but very short interview. Yes.
So, starting from I dislike Quo Vadis Aida, I want to focus the attention on Roma reconciliation. Well, not Roma reconciliation. For instance, there is only a memorial about the Holocaust of Roma, so Poraimo or Samudra di Pen in Berlin. We have a very, very small and private memorial in Italy, only one, and my institute put only 2 labels in a concentration camp where Roma were prisoners during the fascist era. And I would like to underline that also the instituted Day of Memory that is on the 27th of January all over the world doesn't mention Roma extermination, and also there are non-mention of other categories instead of politicians, Hebrew, and so Jewish people, and the Roma are not mentioned at all. And only 2 years ago, IRA, that is International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, wrote down a short definition of what Poraimos was.
Yeah, thank you.
If I can just react, and coming back to my education, I am an art historian, so I operate on images. Please pay attention to the Polish pavilion on during this year Venice Biennale, because it's for the first time Roma artist represents a national pavilion. This is Małgorzata Mirgatas. It's the first time in the whole Venice Biennale history, and this is the, as I said earlier, artistic activity intervention that is extremely crucial in bringing and regaining the presence of Roma people, the biggest minority without the state in Europe. And what she does in this pavilion, and the exhibition is called Re-Enchanting the World, and taking the polychrom is from Schifanoia Palace in Ferrara as the model of showing the life of Roma people, of her own family. Is really something amazing, and I think that this is one of the examples of bringing back Roma.
That's good to have one encouraging example, because otherwise it's such a tragic case. My goodness. So there is still a long way to go. I would like to close first to thank the panelists for being so nicely prepared and collaborative, I would say. I would like maybe to close it with one metaphor that I like very much, that makes sense in my research. Maybe it could help you as well, I don't know. That's something that came to my mind while I was visiting Koblenz, the German city. I had a conference there, and then as a tourist, I visited a bit the city, and I was struck by, the confluence where the Rhine River and the Moselle River come together. I thought, did you take a look at the colors of the rivers? It's incredible. At the confluence point, you have like a green, not completely green, but more green color, and then a blue one. And it takes time, but I try to, to walk around the river to know when will it mix together. It takes such a long time before getting the two rivers really integrated. And I think my last call is a call for a modest approach to reconciliation, a determined one, but a very modest one, and a kind of mindfulness, awareness that, like these rivers, you cannot push, affected families to watch each other in a kind of hurry way and dictatorial way. So that was my final metaphor. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you very much for that, Valérie and panelists. We have a coffee break until noon, until 12. And we talk a lot about the Irish history, and we would like to welcome you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. My name is Barbara Walsh, and I'm co-moderating the session this afternoon with Beata, my friend my colleague
from ENRS.
Yeah, from ENRS. So I'm delighted to be here. Just listening to everything this morning, I suppose, living in an island on the periphery of Europe, sometimes we don't fully appreciate what Central Europe and Eastern Europe has gone through over the last decades and decades and decades. So it was really interesting to hear that, but also to kind of hear the differences and the similarities that we on this island through conflict have gone through, and what many of you have gone through also. So I'm not going to talk very much now, so I just want to welcome a brilliant group of projects that are here this afternoon they're here from Poland, the Czech Republic, Croatia, Romania, and Northern Ireland. So we're really looking forward to hearing about all of the work. So I'd just like maybe to ask each one of the participants to introduce themselves just very quickly, because we want to give everybody the best opportunity to talk about their project and the most time. So I won't talk anymore. Best now. Yeah, you can.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'm really glad to be here in Dublin, in a country of trust-building tradition, to share. I come from Croatia, live in Zagreb, and actually deal with social organizing since the late 80s. So I remember still how we contributed to transition to democracy in socialist Yugoslavia, and then worked through peace initiatives, first through anti-war campaign Croatia during war, during Homeland War, and currently I lead Documenta Center for Dealing with the Past, as dealing with the past and peace building go hand in hand.
Good. Thanks, Vesna.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to come here and to participate to your symposium. For me, it's a lovely opportunity to be able to talk to you all, to share in our own experiences. My name is Tiberius Alexander. I'm a museographer and a custodian from Romania, from a city called Oradea, which is actually a border-type city. We're very close to the Hungarian border. And for the past 7 years, I've been a part of our local team that organizes and administrates our local museum. And most of our projects are actually organized to bring people together from different cultural backgrounds, religious backgrounds, and to find a common goal, a common unity through our own shared diversity, so to speak. So I'm very glad to be here and to share with you my own project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for these discussions that already happened and were really interesting, and I'm looking forward to new ones. My name is Weronika Czyżewska-Poncyliusz. I'm a member of Borderland Foundation team. I'm a coordinator of international program at International Center for Dialogue in Krasnogruda, and I will try to say a little about our work later.
Good afternoon, everyone. Barbara has warned me that I have to speak very slowly because the place I come from, we speak much quicker than we think. So my name is Roisin McCoole, and I currently am the project manager for the Legacy of Violence project in Glencree Centre, which I hope some of you will get an opportunity to see this afternoon, and you'll see me again up there. The project looking at the legacy of violence in the north, or Northern Ireland, see, we can't even agree on the territory, mainly works with victims and survivors of the conflict in Northern Ireland and raises the issues and all of the concerns that those victims groups have in terms of the Northern Ireland conflict. Prior to that, I did have a life before Glencree. And I'm from Belfast. I still live in Belfast, even though Glencree's in Dublin. So I have been part of the peace process for all of my life, right through from the 70s when I was a teenager, but right through to 5 years ago when I started to work for Glencree. So I hope I can give you a flavour of that through it today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Tamara Pomoriški. I'm a theater director. I'm coming from Prague, and I work for the organization Postbellum. Postbellum is a non-profit organization which collects memory of the witnesses of the important events of the 20th centuries. And we created an online database which consists more than 40,000 stories of eyewitnesses, veterans from World War II, Holocaust survivors, resistance fighters, political prisoners, dissidents, contemporary war veterans, and ethnic minorities. And apart from this database, we have many other activities. We prepare radio and TV documentaries, exhibitions, we publish books, organize social events, and also do a lot of educational projects. We opened last year, for example, a high school, Memory of Nations High School. And what is my role in Postbellum? 3 years ago, in 2019, we opened the Memory of Nations Theatre, and I am the artistic director of this theatre. We predominantly work with young people, and our goal is to give them opportunity to explore and better understand our recent history. Young people talk with witnesses and turn their stories into the theater. And what is maybe the most important is that we want to emphasize the history is not made only by the well-known heroes, but also from the stories of ordinary people. Yeah, so I will pass the mic. Thanks, Brad. Thank you.
So hello, my name is Marek Szajda. I'm from Poland. I'm representing the Remembrance and Future Center in Wrocław, which is a culture institution established in 2007. Now financed by Ministry of Culture and National Heritage and the city of Wrocław. And we are dealing with post-war history of our city, the region, Lower Silesia, and also the northern and western territories. So this land incorporated to Poland after the Second World War. And the core of our work is the Depot History Center, which is a museum presenting a post-war history of Wrocław, and also the process of reconciliation between Poles and German after the war. Thank you.
Thank you. So just before we start, I will just tell you how the session will look like. We have almost 2 hours for the presentations and for the discussion. Most of the time will be devoted to our wonderful panelists and their history of the background of their work, as well as hands-on experience on what they've done. But later on, we'll also have, hopefully, some time for discussion. And we invite you all to join this discussion and provide us with comments and questions to the panelists. Thank you.
So we'll just start, and I'll hand the floor here to Vesna on my left. So.
Thank you again. I'll speak about experiences from Croatia, but also address some issues related to other post-Yugoslav countries and European Union. And what I'll tell, it's very probably colored by fact that I'm granddaughter of survivor. My grandfather survived Italian fascist concentration camp. He was taken then in 1942 and survived it, and he never spoken about it. Just on the day when he returned home, he said 2 sentences, and that was all. And I come from a country of unfinished peace. We do not deal only with wars of 90s. In Croatia between 91 and 95, but if we look at other post-Yugoslav countries, we speak about the period between 91 to 2001, when armed conflict in Macedonia happened. But we speak about dealing with the past of Second World War. We speak about legacy of Yugoslav socialism. So I'll just give you some examples in order to think together, because I believe that when humanitarian law violations happened, either it's a genocide or some other war crimes, we need to work on them together. And we really need each other to think about it and to do things together. And as for Croatia, in country, I would say that groups which have been involved in war, which happens to be combination of aggression from Serbia and had some elements of civil war, these groups have still not reconciled. We are on a path of trust building. Steps were done. I would say the most important step being a process of peaceful reintegration, which in the most active phase was completed in 1998. Quite some time have passed, but there are still many outstanding issues. So when I listen here in Ireland about the context, it sounds somehow familiar to me, because it's quite normal that politically speaking and socially speaking, there is a step forward and step back, and 2 steps forward and step back. And that's why we really need to learn from each other. So it is that in process of peaceful reintegration, the very important part was that people were already sick of war. In Croatia, part of war history is that territories have been taken under control again through military actions, storm and lightning, but much more useful for dealing with the past was actually process of peaceful reintegration, especially visits of people to their former places of residence. And peace organizations played there a very important role because they organized visits. And what you could see there is that the process of peace building is going to be really victims and survivors centered. So what is very important is that suffering needs to be acknowledged, and this is something what still have not fully happened. And it has different dimensions. I would actually use a framework used also by United Nations, which consists of right to truth. So what happened needs to be presented, which consists of right to justice, right to reparations, and guarantee of non-recurrence. And for some years, we already have inside United Nations system a special rapporteur on promotion of truth, justice, reparation, and guarantee non-recurrence. And I think he does a good work. Recently he was in Croatia. Fabian Salvioli is currently on that position, and we are expecting his report. These reports are useful for advocacy purposes of peace building. And it is that what we value most in these processes is really exchange, youth exchange, people speaking to people. And I always keep repeating that the best part of European Union programs is Erasmus, is that young people meet each other, visit each other, and it's especially valuable when actually these programs focus on taboo topics, on topics which are hard to open, on prejudices, and very often they do. We very much value also remembrance programs in which we also cooperate with ENRS and with Postbellum, and record memory of survivors. We do not have collection as big as Memory of Nations, but actually have recorded more than 500 memories, and this is actually based on our work with youth. We also work a lot with materials unfolding out of ongoing war crimes proceedings. There are still trials going on beside legacy of International Tribunal for War Crimes in former Yugoslavia. There are domestic trials in Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Serbia, but trials are not enough to establish all facts. Some facts are established to trials, but for years we advocated together with human rights organizations from other post-Yugoslav countries, from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, initiative for regional commission, which would be like our colleague yesterday described in Southern Africa, but there was no political will for that. So we continue documenting human losses, a fate of each killed and forcibly disappeared person. This work is still inconclusive, and actually we expected once upon a time that scientific and governmental authorities will do that, but it have not happened, so civil society organizations are continuing that work. I would also like to say that in that work we have more support of European Union than domestically. And I would also stress that we present a lot of exhibitions. Just in last month, we have opened exhibition about survivors and their fate from Italian concentration camps. And currently we are preparing actually a program, Why So Radical, which is a European program and will actually welcome youth from many European countries. So it's that our work is very closely connected with work in other European Union countries, and I wish that in not too far future, European Union will develop kind of better policy remembrance framework, because what we currently have regarding Holocaust remembrance and totalitarian regimes remembrance, it's far from enough. What United Nations have through the previously mentioned position of special rapporteur, it's much more promising because we have so many transitions to deal with. Still dealing with transition after the Second World War, still dealing with transition from socialism or communism to democracy, and we still deal with post-war consequences because it's so difficult for people to acknowledge suffering of all victims. Recently, Croatian government made a major step and passed finally the law on reparations for civilian victims 30 years after the start of war, but it's a very important landmark, and we hope that this is a direction in which government will go so that communities and society can go, because many individuals have reconciled. But when we speak about community processes and social processes, we cannot say that we are there already.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much.
Now Tiberio Ciorba from the Land of the Krish Rivers Museum.
Thank you very much for your introduction. Well, our main mission as a museum, as a cultural and public institution, is to bring different communities, different groups, different cultural, ethnical, and religious groups together and give them a sense of unity, a sense of belonging, and through our programs, through our projects, through our exhibitions, our conferences, give them a sense of pride in our own hometown of Oradea. One of our main goals is actually, from a historical point of view, is to present an earnest and honest truth about each other's history, to show them that no matter if you're Hungarian, if you're German, if you're Italian, if you're Romanian, we live in a multicultural, very diverse city, the city of Oradea, which in fact is actually a borderland city. It's a confluence of communities, and they all have a share in our own common history. So the first things that I learned when I first came to the museum 7 years ago was the fact that it doesn't matter in what type of project you want to participate in. The most important thing is to try and learn and understand as much as you can the things very important to the community with which you want to engage with. Simply put, learn as much as you can about the things that are very different from you. And as a historian, as a museographer in my case, have the courage to present the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Because one of the most important aspects in history is truth. And for us in Oradea, in our institution, we believe that a half a truth or an omission is still a lie. And that's why we try to integrate every single community that basically forms our social fabric back home. So let me give you a slight 60-second presentation. Two aspects influences the way we organize our projects. First one is geography, our geographical situation, and the second one is our unique, let's call it diverse history. Here you have on the left side a small map of Romania. Oradea as a city, as a border city, is located in the northwestern region of Romania, quite closely to the border actually, only 5 or 10 kilometers away, meaning you can literally take a taxi and say, I want to go to Hungary, in 10 minutes you'll be there. It influences the way we act, the way we react, the way we participate with certain ethnical groups that form our city. And on the right, you have a small map of our county, because our museum does not reflect only the history and particularities of our town, but also of our county. That's why we are called, as Mrs. Beata put it, Land of the Krish Rivers Museum, meaning the Krish Rivers are actually the 3 main rivers that flow through our county and to the neighboring counties. And we don't have the luxury of naming ourselves the Romanian National History Museum. We need to integrate every single community that had a part and has a role and lives inside our own city and our own county. And that's why we call ourselves the the Land of the Krish Rivers History Museum. We encompass all of the communities, all of the people who have had a role in our historical story background and should be represented in our project, in our exhibitions, in our conferences, so on and so forth. That's one. The second part is, in terms of our history, Oradea as a town, as a city, has a fairly rich, diverse, documented history of about 1,000 years. And in that time span, a lot of people, a lot of nations, a lot of different individuals came to our city, came to our region, and called our region their home, and became part of our story. Simply put, during the Middle Ages, for example, the city and the county was part of the Hungarian kingdom. During the 16th century, it was a part of the Principality of Transylvania, subsequently a part of the Ottoman Empire. During the 18th and 19th century, a part of the Habsburg Empire, subsequently Austrian and Austro-Hungary, and since 1918, a part of Romania. Every single one of these populations left their mark on the land. And we, as a public institution, feel very strongly that each and every one of them has a place within our home. It's actually their home. We are just merely, as the job title says, custodians. We do not own the artifacts. We do not own the documents. We are just helping others understand their own past. So, as you can see, our cultural, historical background is rather unique. For instance, to give you a perfect example, I only told you the Romanian name of my town, Oradea. That's what we Romanians call it. But if I were Hungarian, I would say Nagyvarad. If I was German, I would say Grossvardain. If I was Italian, I would say Gran Varadino. If I wanted to use the old Latin name, I would say Magno Varadiensis. This is basically all of these names translated into English mean exactly the same thing, no pun intended, a great city. It means great city. And you can see basically in our identity, every single community has had a say in it. No matter if it was for a century, a decade, a few decades, they left their marks, and it's important for us to try and respect their history, respect their heritage, and educate them and educate ourselves as an institution. One of the major projects that we are currently doing is our museum project. For the past 15 years, we have renewed, remade, rethought all of our major exhibitions using public funds and European Union funds, particularly one of the most important projects called the Borderland Project Rosoux 446. It is a European Union funded project aimed primarily on the borderland between Romania and Hungary. It's worth about 270 million euros, and it's targeted to each and every county that forms our borderland. Its main purpose is to strengthen ties, give a boost, a help to local heritage, create museums. In our case, 2.9 million was awarded to us, and we made possible the organization of the new museum with the help of our Hungarian colleagues. What we have learned in all these 15 years is that the best results always come when a channel, a dialogue is always present. Every time we try to do something alone, it doesn't have the same result as when we participate with a different community, a different organization, different experts from different parts of the land. So basically, this is our main focus, our main project, and all of the exhibits, all of the small exhibitions are intended to present, as I've said, the cultural heritage of all of the communities that comprise our city and our county. The Romanians, the Hungarians, the Germans, the Jewish community, the Italians, the Greeks. So, to give you a perfect example in this way, it's not our only project. One of our other projects, our museum is actually a museum complex, which means that under our patronage, we have a few memorial museums, smaller museums scattered throughout the town, dedicated to certain individuals, certain figures that have had a significant cultural or political role in our city's history. And one of these museums that you can see here is dedicated not to a Romanian national citizen, because Oradea and Bihor has a majority population of Romanians, over 70%. It is actually dedicated to a Hungarian national citizen called Adi Endre. Adi Endre, if some of my Hungarian colleagues are here, would tell you that he is a very important cultural figure, meaning he's one of their most revered national poets of the 20th century. Now, why do we have a memorial museum dedicated to a national poet of Hungary? Well, Mr. Endre, at the beginning of the 20th century, lived for a lot of years in our town, and as his trade was actually journalism, he was a journalist, and even in his memoirs, he stated that the best years that he had, the best years when he created poetry, was the years when he spent at Oradea. It is a small memorial, but actually, in partnership, in our direct partnership with the Hungarian government, we actually made it as one of the most technologically advanced museums that we have in Oradea. To this Hungarian national citizen, but to us, it doesn't trace, it doesn't relate to his ethnical background. To us, it's all the same. He's a part of our town, he's a part of our story, therefore he deserves to be celebrated and remembered by all of the communities that live in our town. And just to make a short glimpse of how my town actually looks like, religion plays an important factor, as I'm sure it does in many other parts of the world. This is actually the best visual definition of what my city means from a religious point of view. We are not just culturally diverse, we are actually even religiously diverse. This is something you will not see in most Romanian countries. It's an aerial vision image of our main town square. Our town hall is actually situated in below in the right hand side. And in our town square, in a distance of approximately 50 meters, you can see a Roman Catholic church next to an Orthodox church, next to a Greek Catholic church. And unfortunately, I couldn't find a larger image. If you go by, on the left-hand side, you can see the banks of one of the Krish rivers. If you go by a few meters away, you would see this, one of the largest synagogues, 19th century synagogues. Again, another representation of another community and another religion, right in the center of our town. And if you walk past our town hall, 50 meters behind it, you would see the image below is actually a Protestant church of the Unitarian faith. Right next door, another synagogue. And right behind it, if you can see a bit of the tower right in the back, that is an old Roman Catholic church. So another expression of our diverse culture from a religious standpoint. Now, how do we as an institution, as a cultural institution, try to make it happen so we can gather all these communities together and make sense of all this diversity and try to express a form of unity? Well, we tried through what we call temporary projects. We latch on yearly on some historical events that have happened throughout the city, and we try to create a platform for each of the religious communities to come and basically share with us all of their unique perspectives about their faith, their beliefs, their culture. And what I'm showing you right here actually happened in 2017, before the pandemic. I don't know if you know this. In 2017, one of the most important celebrations in the Christian church, the Easter celebrations. The one major difference between the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church is that we use different calendars. The celebrations don't exactly fall on the same date. Well, in 2017, Easter fell on the same Sunday for both the Roman Catholics and the Orthodox in the world. And what do? We extended an invitation at the behest of actually the Roman Catholic Bishop Bečke. He extended an invitation to make a common exhibition, so to speak, on the theme of Easter and how each of our communities, each of our religious communities sees Easter and what Easter represents for them. And what I've written there, I have seen the unseen. Actually, that's a quote from a journalist who covered the story and the organization of this event. He said in the local newspaper, I have seen the unseen. Am văzut ceva nemai văzut in Romanian. I have seen two Orthodox priests carrying a Roman Catholic cloak and handing the cloak to a Protestant priestess and a Greek Catholic historian to be put into the exhibition. So it was a direct message to all of the communities, not just in our city, but around our county, that the things that make us different don't exactly have to draw us apart. It actually helps us see our common goal, so to speak. So this is another type of program. The last type of project that we currently have, and it's still ongoing, it's called Blending of the Arts. It's an international type of a program. We did it in partnership with most of the schools in our city and our local university. And it involves basically, on a monthly basis, we invite students, mainly from high schools, to come and join us at the museum. We organize workshops, study together, learn from each other. We have a lot of confessional schools, Protestant, Roman Catholic, Orthodox schools. And what we do is we bring them all together and we blend them, for lack of a better word, and we try to educate the fact that differences do not have to draw us apart. We can learn together, we can make a better future together. And that's why we target young people, because where do you start if you want to make a change? With the young people. So basically, these are the projects that I wanted to present to you. It was really an honor for me to be here and to be able to share with you. Thank you.
great. Next we have Veronica from the Borderland Foundation.
Borderland Foundation and Center is located in a small town on a Polish-Lithuanian borderland, which is called Sejny. It's 6,000 people living there, so a small place, with very diverse and rich culture and heritage. Poles, Lithuanians, Russian, all believers, Protestant, Tatars, Gypsies, living Jews. Actually, Sejny is a typical East European shtetl, living together in a heritage of Grand Duchy of Lithuania in this context. And after the upheavals of 20th century, those communities, this ethos of living in this diversity was destroyed and changed, but you still can feel it in a topography of the place and in a memory of the community. So now it's mostly Polish-Lithuanian town with old Jewish quarter right in the center of it, which is now a headquarter of Borderland Center. The work of Borderland Center started just right after 1989. The group of founders, among them my parents and the friends, they are people who came from the outside. They have this experience of alternative theater and underground activities during communist time. And after 1989, they have this longing and this curiosity to come to the places like Polish-Lithuanian borderland, work with the community using the tools that they had, so art, and ask the question about this heritage, which was kind of forgotten and suppressed during communist time, whether the ethos or the concept of borderland could be something important for building a future of New Poland after 1989. And this question of borderland understood as a place where borders are actually inside, not outside of the community, and a place which respects those borders, but at the same time, through what they call a borderland culture, kind of worked out this ability to create also a common space which doesn't belong to any particular member of the community. And those people who we call borderlanders, having this ability to kind of create this space and inhabit this common space, people who very often have, mixed roots, can speak languages, have this courage and this curiosity to kind of take care of this common space. That was the inspiration and the question whether it can be, if it's still useful in communities like this, and what does it mean now in the current context of a place so small as Sejny. And this question proved to be really inspirational and really vital for the community. So the next generation, me and my colleagues, my friends, we are still working and developing this idea. We had this opportunity to grow up with this work, and the fact that the projects, the work is a really long-term program gives the opportunity, for the borderland team to be now a team of few generations, so people who started with these questions 30 years ago and created this way of working and thinking about borderland heritage with young people who are using it to find a way, define the future of the place. For me, my first introduction to this work was Seine Chronicles program. It started 25 years ago with just collecting the stories of Seine families. We were asking parents and grandparents as a team of Poles, Lithuanians and Russian Old Believers teens. And out of these stories that we collected, we created a theater performance which is called Seine Chronicles. Based on the stories that we've heard, based on the stories of the families and the community, the stories which are creating a new value in the sense that for the first time they are being told together as a story of the whole community. So it was 25 years ago when we started this work, and now there is the sixth generation of Seine Chronicle storytellers who took over. So you can imagine that for these 25 years, the performance is every time enriched with the new stories, new family histories, but it's still present in the community. And this is something very interesting about the theater itself. So there is something very ancient and very traditional about this theater. So, you know, having the universal story being kind of incarnated every time with a new generation, but also something very very avant-garde, so the way of thinking about the community building through these kind of activities, through giving the community the common story that they share and can relate to. You can imagine what a celebration inside the community it is when the new generation is performing for the first time. So people, of course, know the stories very well, but just to see a new face, a younger version of the Seine Chronicles team telling this story, it is very important community event. Seine has also different other artistic studio developed throughout the years. So it's not just theater, it's also music, it's animation films, it's art, it's a publishing house, there is a documentation center there. Everything built around this work of Borderland. So about the music work, for example, to give you another angle from which we work, there is a Seine klezmer orchestra. Of course, there is no Jewish community left in Seine, and the memory of that community is something that we are taking care without the actual Jewish community there. So one of the ways of celebrating and continuing this memory is to have work around the klezmer music. Klezmer music, it's music of East European Jews, you know, with sounds from all other cultures and nationalities living there. So it's very much a borderland music. But for the klezmer orchestra, it's not about, restoring the old sounds. It's very much also about adding new sounds to it. So there is a lot of improvisation. You can find jazz or modern music into it. And it's very much telling about the way we understand working with tradition. So for us to be faithful to the tradition doesn't mean to restore it. It means to actually create new, modern tradition kind of in the continuation. That's the faithfulness to it, to make it alive. So that's how the klezmer orchestra is functioning. And here you can also have, they are playing for 30 years with different generations joining this work along the way and kind of growing up with this work. And here is also an important question very often asked in the context of this program about the legitimacy. How, not Jewish people living there nowadays in Seine can play and relate to klezmer music. Why they want to play it as their own. So the answer for us, it's this, continuation and faithfulness to the tradition, of course, but also responsibility and kind of belonging to the whole heritage of the place. The klezmer orchestra is, playing on all the important events in the community. So whether there is an opening of the hospital or anniversary at the school, the klezmer orchestra is there to play. This work is also very much intergenerational. So I've mentioned the animation film studio, which is focusing on creating these very small, short animations about the history of our borderland. And in this work, there are not just youngsters, but also the parents and grandparents working together on that. For now, we have like 120 small movies telling the stories about the community, which are used also as an educational tool to teach about the heritage of the place. But the essence of this work is in this intergenerational common work. This is like the basis of the Borderland Foundation work. So every day work with local community in different artistic educational studios. But there is also a second layer to this work, which is international cooperation, or you can say, this effort to create, we are calling it a network of bridge builders. So basically, it's the belief that this kind of work with the local community is kind of a craft that can be developed and needs, its laboratory and its school to develop these activities. And what we try to do is create a space for that. So we are looking for different partners doing the similar work in different other borderlands and sharing this belief that, art and local community work is a tool for social change and developing programs around that. So Borderland School Program or Tales of Coexistence is the way to create this platform and to meet and kind of find new inspiration for this kind of work. Do I have more time or? Just in time. Okay, so about Krasnogruda next time. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Now we'll have Tamara Pomoriszki from Postbellum.
So So before I present the two of our projects, which are both related with the main subject of this conference, let me tell you just a few words about method of our work and what kind of projects we do. So in the Memory of Nations Theatre, our main task is to encourage young people to constantly ask questions, look for answers, think, look for connections, and carefully perceive the world around them. In our theatre, we are based on what the youngsters themselves come up with. We ask about their perception of the topic, historical event, and at the same time whether they see any connection with the present. We bring them into historical context with playful methods and then introduce them to the stories of witnesses. The stories are powerful, often shocking but true, and they belong to our common history. We are not trying to relive these stories, and we are not putting ourselves in the shoes of the witnesses, but we are acknowledging them and processing our personal impressions. Now a few words about our recent projects. Almost all of our international projects are linked to the theme of reconciliation between or within nations. In the Hidden Tracks projects, for example, that is a top row photo in the middle, young people from Czech, Estonia and Germany met with witnesses and collected traditional songs with history and developed their own interpretation through theatre. In the project Meeting Unknown, photo top row, photo on the left, children from the Czech Republic visited their peers, dissidents of North African immigrants in Belgium, and during 4 days of intensive work, they created musical theatre performance about expectations, wishes, prejudice, and fears of unknown. Since this March 2022, we are organizing creative workshops for children of refugees from Ukraine, bottom row photo on the right, where children can actively relax, get acquainted with Czech culture in a playful way, and get familiar with the new environment. All of our projects end with a performance held at a specific place connected with the story and history. We performed, as you can see, for example, at the public train station, in the National Library, inside the metro station, on the street, in the basement of a residential block, etc. Now I will present a little more in detail two of our projects, which are both related with the main subject of our conference. First one is the project Theatre of Remembrance, originated in the Netherlands in 2010. The main idea was to preserve the memories of Holocaust survivors, direct witnesses of the Second World War, the number of which is declining every year, unfortunately. The project spread beyond the borders of the Netherlands, and Prague was one of the first cities to start spreading this idea. Our performance, called We Are the Memory, which we hold every year since 2019, can be seen in the context of reconciliation, as it is a part of the Theatre of Remembrance, a project currently implemented by 9 European partners, Poland twice, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Germany, the Netherlands, Hungary, Italy, and Lithuania. And you can see in this one there were 6 eyewitnesses and 15 children who turned their stories into the theatre. Theatre of Remembrance involves 4 main target groups: young people, older people, local communities, and community theatre organization in the EU, to recall our common history and promote democratic rights in EU. While raising awareness of World War II, the Holocaust, genocide, and crimes against humanity. All performances take place annually in all 9 countries on the same day, on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is 27th of January. Yes, the first year, in 2019, the performance was called Journeys, and it took place at the public railway station in Prague. During the Second World War, at the station, destinies of thousands of children were decided depending on which train they took, one heading to England or other to Auschwitz. in 2020, we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. In 2020, the performance was called Silence, and it took place in the labyrinths of the old building of the National Library in Prague. The stories of the witnesses were connected by a same theme book, written but unread and waiting to be discovered. There is also a very short video we can see from this performance. And behind the video you can see, for example, one of our eyewitnesses, Mr. Edward Marek. He was 104 when we interviewed him, and unfortunately he passed away this year. His story was in this performance.
Dobrý den. Prosím, můžu se zeptat? Pověděl byste nám...
Yes, we can go on the next one. You can see all of these videos on our website. And in 2021, the performance was called After the War. The subject was the period just after the end of the war. What happened next? How did people with war experience return to normal life? And what about their descendants and transgenerational transmission? This is a short documentary again, and it has English subtitles, so we can just see the beginning of it. And this documentary is on making this performance.
Děcích, vedle hřbitova. Byt u Kolaťáků. Jednopodkrovní místnost, vedle prádelny.
Academic painter Helga Hoškova-Vajsova, journalist and signatory of Charter 77 Helena Klimova, psychotherapist of the Prague Jewish community Zuzana Peterova, psychotherapist Věra Roubová, and Jiří Pitin, who survived the extermination of the village of Lidice. They all share their stories.
Pohled z okna. Knihovna, dětské hřiště, kostelíček svatého Jakuba. Smích. Život nám přináší mnoho. Neopakujte stejnou chybu. Dojde ke stejným důsledkům.
As you can see, that is the same picture, Lidice, behind this video. And I would just like to mention that all of the text, there is no script. When we meet, youngsters that come up with the text and they're actually writing a poems or their own sentences they will say in the performance. So we can go to the next slide, please. And in 2022, the performance was called Heidrichkeit. It took place in the Church of St. Cyril and Methodius, where in 1942, the Czech paratroopers, the assassins of Reinhard Heydrich, took refuge and where they eventually killed by SS and Gestapo. We can also just see a small video. A group of 11 young people recalled the bravery of the people who provided support for the paratroopers and brought to life the stories of those who were fatally affected by the events after the assassination.
Vyslíš mne, Hospodine.
Also, none of them are professional actors of our youngsters. They're people who are just interested in the history, actually, and very proud of the fact that they can talk about their history through this, through art. Yeah. Thank you. And we can go to the other one. This is the second project I wanted to talk about, and the project is called My Greatest Wish. And actually it is the part of international project called the Prize of Freedom and Democracy, and it included 6 EU member states, Bulgaria, Germany, Poland, Lithuania, Romania, and the Czech Republic. Its aim was to bring young people born after 1989 closer to the totalitarian regimes, distortion and manipulation of democratic principles, and repression of dissidents, intellectuals, and artists. We participated in this project, as I already said, with the theater performance called My Greatest Wish. And just a small video is here. So A project took place in August 2021 near Czech Radio, where the fight for radio took place at the same time in August 1968, when the Warsaw Pact troops from Hungary, Poland, East Germany and Bulgaria occupied Czechoslovakia. From this, the topic for the project was easily defined, focus on the fight for freedom. We tried to highlight the personal courage of those who came to defend the radio building and support the efforts to democratize Czechoslovakia.
Vážení občané, mimořádná situace. Vojska Varšavské smlouvy překračují hranice naší země. Jdeme se podívat na letiště.
So we actually like to place the performance not only on the place where it happened, but also at the date when it happened, yeah. And anything you want to ask about our work, process, and our projects, please, I will be happy to answer. And, or if you have any ideas, we are very open for cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Tamara. Okay, Roisin Midlone from Northern Ireland.
Or the North, Barbara. Good afternoon. It's quite humbling to be in the presence of people that are so heavily involved in archive and memory. As I mentioned earlier, I am the project manager for the Glencree Peace and Reconciliation Centre's Legacy of Violence project. And we're into our 5th year. We are funded by the European Union. And that work is built on a very solid foundation that Glencree has set before, working with, for example, ex-combatants from our conflict in the north. But what I think is really important is why we do it and why we've decided to do it as opposed to what we do. So I'd like to do 3 things for you today. First of all, I'd like to contextualize our peace agreement and contextualize the work and why it's important that we do it. The second thing is I'd like to talk a bit about our pathway to reconciliation, because that is the title today. And it's a fascinating discussion. And then thirdly, I'll cover some of the work, some of the people that we work with. So in terms of, you're now sitting on an island that is divided. And it's a small island. It's, as Barbara said, it's on the edge of Europe. And I come from that part of the island that has been, well, this is going to be controversial, but you could say it's been occupied. The 6 counties, or Northern Ireland as it's referred to, you all come from countries where there has been conflict. And war is about borders and boundaries and identity, but peace is about people. And reconciliation is about people. So when we came to, we're quite a recent conflict when you think about it. You know, I was just thinking earlier today that people that could have been very involved, heavily involved in the conflict in the late 90s could still maybe be in their 40s and 50s, depending on what age they were. So we're still quite a relatively new conflict. So I want to contextualize in terms of the Good Friday Agreement. I'm not going to give you a history lesson. You can read that in the books, and it's a waste of our time here. But the Good Friday Agreement did a number of key things that were all about militarization in some senses. So we had the Patton Commission, which looked at, it happened in '99, but it was part of the Good Friday Agreement, that looked at a new police force, because the police force that was previously in the north was 98% from one community. We had the ceasefires prior to the Good Friday Agreement, and then we had the whole discussion about the decommissioning of weapons, army installations, and we had a very emotive part of the Good Friday Agreement, which was the release of prisoners. And even to this day, some people still have problems with that 28, 29 years later. Now, we had all sorts of commissions set up and whatever as part of the Good Friday Agreement, and we had a civic forum. I was one of 2 community relations representatives to that forum. And it didn't really work out, and it was suspended because we weren't mature enough as a community to deal with civic society representation. So what happened was the peacemakers got to work on the ground, because it's very important, and I'm sure all of you know this, peace agreements are signed pieces of paper. It's not peace. It's purely a piece of paper that people have given their word, and they've given their word that they will keep promises in certain things. But the implementation of that agreement is difficult, but the work that needs to happen on the ground. I mean, I don't have the quote here, but in my studies, I know that violence rises very often after peace agreements because the people who maybe were on the margins are not happy with what happened. So the first part was the Good Friday Agreement. One of the things the Good Friday Agreement did not deal with. Now, the Women's Coalition, Monica spoke here on Monday, and the Women's Coalition, Monica mentioned it, and I thought she was very generous, talking about what wasn't achieved in the Good Friday Agreement. But what she did was they tried to put victims and survivors central to that process, and it didn't work. And in many cases, this is quite a colloquial saying, but we have a saying that sometimes people have too much on their plate. And I think that if the issue of victims and survivors had been put on the plate of the negotiators around the Good Friday Agreement, the plate would have broken. We wouldn't have got the agreement because there were too many other controversial issues. I do think that in some ways, looking at the decommissioning and the release of prisoners and setting up of a Human Rights Commission and a Parades Commission and all those things, I think we thought we dealt with the past. And we weren't a sophisticated society. Remember, we had just come through a conflict that maybe was very militarized. The British Army were on the streets. The paramilitaries from both sides were killing people on a daily basis. And we did have some major atrocities, like the Oma bomb, where maybe 29, 30 people were killed. But generally, our war was about a trickle every morning. When you wakened up, it was about who was shot last night, where will the retaliation happen tomorrow, will it be against my community, was it one of my community? So it was a conditioning that we were conditioned to in daily life. And it was something that you couldn't get away from. Because in our last census, which was 2 weeks ago, we're 1.9 million people. That's tiny. So people knew each other, they knew the people that were murdered, in their local communities each day, and it headed up the local news. So we were steeped in conflict and fear. So when the Good Friday Agreement came, I think we grasped that, and in that euphoria, and I think some things were lost. But I want to say, before I move on to our path to reconciliation, we are in a very different place from where we were. And we are in a much better place than where we were. The murders have stopped for all intents and purposes. I'm no spring chicken, and I was a teenager in the 70s. I then had children in the late 80s, 90s. I became a mother. And all of my life I've worked in peace building. And the one thing that always was in my head was I don't want my children to have to experience what I experienced growing up. And thank God they don't. My children don't care what religion their friends are. They don't care where they go. I have arguments with my son all the time because he plays Gaelic games, and he went through the Irish medium sector, and he feels he should be able to wear that shirt everywhere. And as someone that comes from a conflict, I'm very nervous about that, depending on where he's going. So you still have the psychological problems in your head. So coming through that, what I would just say, our path to reconciliation has been difficult. And one of the main things that runs along all of our difficulties is dealing with our past. And it is absolutely critical that people understand that we do not have a shared understanding of what the conflict was about. So we still have people on the airwaves, during election campaigns, fighting that war. Now, thank God it's a peaceful fight, but they're still fighting that war. So we still have, and the worst part of it is that there were many, many victims and survivors who never had any justice. And one of the speakers yesterday actually said something that really resonated with me. He said, truth, you won't get truth on this side of the grave. What we've got here is law. And that's what our reconciliation process has been about for victims and survivors. Because we have not had that truth recovery process of any kind, people have had to find very ad hoc ways of finding that justice. Some of that has been through, for example, people didn't have coroner's inquiries into their loved ones' deaths, and that has been a way of going it. Other people have looked at judicial reviews. We have a police ombudsman. People have gone to the police ombudsman to investigate the deaths of their loved ones. But we haven't had a strategy and an all-encompassing truth recovery process, which means that those victims have been left to get on with that themselves and to use our legal system. And that isn't satisfactory by any manner of means, but I still want to stress on the one hand how far we've come, and on the other hand how far we haven't come. So bringing it to the project that I run now, so it is a victims and survivors project. So we work with large groups who would be either campaigning on one side or campaigning on the other, and that's quite a difficult path to walk. And I suppose for me, the only thing that we can do is walk with those people. Our project is co-designed. Now that can be very frustrating because you can see opportunities and you can see ways that you'd like to move with particular things, but you don't move without the groups. I suppose one of the, I won't keep on too long because you're here for a long time, but one of the things that resonates with me all of the time is that I will work with people who are victims of some of the most horrific conflicts. Their families have been murdered and killed. And the one common denominator that they have is they wish it hadn't happened. But the difficulty is in a divided society that you are almost pushed to take up a position in terms of the way forward. But what sticks with me all the time is their compassion and also the mirror images. People come from very different backgrounds. Their family members have maybe been killed by people from another group that I will work with, maybe not individually, but from that community. And yet I will see the same people in the room, irrespective of what it is. I will see the same age profile. I will see the same culture. I will see the same experiences. And it's just the pain and the suffering is the same no matter where you go. But, I'm just shocked sometimes by the similarities and not the differences. So I suppose I land there because for those of you that may be going out to Glencree, you'll get another opportunity to maybe talk more about the project. But I actually have just felt it an absolute privilege to work with those people and to walk those journey with them, because remember, it's not very often you get to impact on the peace process in your own country. And I've had the privilege of being able to do that, and to do that with people who probably got the short end of the stick and maybe didn't get the truth and justice. Now, we do have the British government have now brought in legacy proposals just to bring it right up to date. Those proposals have no support across our communities, and it does look as if they will go through. When I say no support, there probably is some pockets of support, but it would be minimal. And I can understand the context of that legacy legislation, but working with people who have experienced the pain of losing loved ones, it's actually quite difficult to take. But that's where we are now. So keep watching and remember us. But we're very resilient people, and we'll get through this bit. Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Roisin. Right. Marek, last but not least.
Thank you. Can I please the presentation? Okay. So at the beginning, I would like to mention that I'm glad that yesterday we discussed about the reconciliation also in the context of Polish-German reconciliation. It was mentioned by Dr. Cywiński, Dr. McCoole, Professor Hrycak. So I found it as an introduction to the topic that I will show you today. I'd like to focus on Polish-German reconciliation in the context of the letter of Polish bishops to the German bishops from 1965, which is one of the important issue of the work of my institution, Remembrance and Future Center in Wrocław. But I like to underline that I split my presentation into the three parts. The first is about the historical context. Not at all of our group are historians, so maybe it should be stressed. Then about the author and about the letter, and at the end about the project that we are trying to deal with this reconciliation in our work. So the first thing about the Second World War and the Polish-German relation is that after the war we have such a results as you see in the photos. So the destruction of cities, towns, and almost 6 years of German occupation of Polish land. So this is the photo from Warsaw, but it's not only about the capital city, but also the other towns and village. Even my city, which was former German one, it was Breslau, now Wrocław. It was destroyed during the war because it was called as a fortress and Festung Breslau, and at the end of the war, in the 6th of May, it was capitulated and destroyed during the offensive and bombed by Soviet army. So this is such one of the context of our relation, post-war relation. And the second, maybe the most important in geopolitics, is the border and also migration. So after the war, we have still new geopolitics, new borders, new shape of Europe, of the countries, especially in this map in Poland and also in Germany. So millions of people had to leave their own homes on the east side of Poland called Kres, and they are forced to move on the other places, especially on this northern and eastern territory, which was incorporated to Poland as a new part of Poland. And so it's here. And of course, the Germans who used to live in the East Prussia, Western Pomerania, Silesia, Lower and Upper, they are also expelled, and they had to move into the west, into the Germany. So is as we said before, it's about the people, the migration, about the relation, the experience of war, the experience of post-war migration, but also about geopolitics and the new border. It's not about the Iron Curtain that you can see this quote of Churchill's, but also a new border. Professor Hrycak yesterday said that the borders are the important issue in this process of reconciliation, but because without the acceptance of the borders, we cannot get a success in this process. So it's also a historical important context. Especially when we are talking about the East and West Germany and the communistic Poland after the war. So the next part is about the context of the letter of Polish bishops to the German bishops in 1965, which is also quite complicated. Firstly, because it was sent and written during the Second Vatican Council, so the meeting of all the bishops, and trying to create a new perspective of the Catholic Church in the 20th century. And there's also an internal context of the letter that the Polish Church celebrate the millennium of the Christianity the 1,000 years after the baptism of Poland, of Polish Prince Mieszko. And of course, this letter was also an invitation for all those bishops all over the world to take a part in these celebrations. In Poland, it's called in Latin Sacrum Poloniae Millennium, but also the communist regime had their own state celebration of the millennium of Poland as a state. And the second thing, the third thing, is the role of Primate Wyszyński, who was the leader of Polish Church, of course, but also you have to know that the Church, especially in the 60s and 70s, played a leading role as a opposite institution to a communist regime, but not only in the field of religion, but also in a social way. Okay, so now it's about the letter. So yesterday, someone, I don't remember who, said some parts of this letter. That is the most important thing that we know that are quite significant. We forgive and ask for forgiveness, but maybe it should be stressed that the author of this letter, Bishop and Archbishop and then Cardinal Bolesław Kominek, who was a bishop in Wrocław, was a man from borderlands. He grew up in the borderlands of Germany, former Prussia, and then Poland and Czech. He was born in a small village in Upper Silesia, then graduated a school in the Polish city in Upper Silesia, Rybnik, then studied in Krakow Regional University. Then as a priest, he studied also in Paris, obtained a PhD, and he served as a secretary of the Bishop of Katowice in 30s. Then during the war also, he was active supporting some underground movements, and after the war, he as a Silesian priest, let's call it, with this background of German culture and also was identified as a Pole. The Czech culture also as well. He was apostolic administrator of the church in Opole region. Then after the Stalinist regime, that he was forced to move from Opole in 1951, and then after 56 and the end of Stalinist era, Polish October, he was ordinated as established as a bishop in Wrocław. So it is the city where he served during the next decade, and where he also created this letter and let's call it a new chapter in this Polish-German reconciliation. Talking about this letter as a part or a step, some impulse for a Polish-German reconciliation. So you have to know that this is one of the more 20 or almost 30 letters that was sent by a Polish episcopate, Polish bishops to other countries. Even in Ireland, there was a special letter for a church in Ireland, in England, France, Italy, Spain, USA, and so on. But the German was quite sensitive because of this Polish-German relation and long history of being neighbors. So it is also quite long, more than 10 pages, and this sentence that we forgive and ask forgiveness, and sometimes it's translated that we offer forgive and ask for forgiveness, is the most crucial part of this letter in all this historical context. And also it's important because we are just talking still about the Christianity. There's also information that we are sending in a Christian spirit, in also human spirit, in this relation of being bishops, yes, Bishop of Poland and Germany. So this is an interesting religious context of that. And of course, for communistic regime, and First Secretary Władysław Gomułka, it was as a provocation of Catholic Church. So communists attacked the church for this letter. and started harsh propaganda against the church, especially in this time of the millennium 1966. But as we know, historically, it was the step or the milestone in this Polish-German relation, because after the 5 years, Willy Brandt signed in Warsaw the Treaty of Normalization in relation between Poland and West Germany. So this was the chapter that ends a story of the border, which was accepted in 50s by East Germany, and then in December 1970 by East Germany Chancellor in Warsaw. But also there are many other significant photos and signs, like here in Krzyżowa, Kreisau, where Polish first Prime Minister after communism regime, Tadeusz Mazowiecki, share a peace sign during the Mass with Chancellor Helmut Kohl, also in this religious context during the Mass, as just a sign of reconciliation. So this is a historical context, but it's the topic, it's all things that we are dealing every day, because in our project we are firstly, we are, as Tiboru said before, we are also custodians, but custodians of this legacy of Bolesław Kominek, who was Bishop of Wrocław. So we are carrying on all, maybe not all, but lots of documents and archival materials of Bolesław Kominek in our documentary center. So it's open for researchers and people who want to know, for example, some memoirs of this bishop. But it's only the first level of our work with the topic of reconciliation. The second thing is our exhibition, the Deposit History Center, which is about the post-war history of Lower Silesia and Wrocław, where in the heart of the exhibition there is a special place for the topic of reconciliation between the nations, Poles and Germans, and also some part about the Bolesław Kominek and the letter, the address to German bishops. And of course, we are trying to go further, for example, for using the exhibition as a tool for promoting the reconciliation and this historical context. We produced the two exhibitions, Reconciliation in Progress, Versöhnung in Progress, Pojednanie in Progress, especially for the 50th anniversary of the letter, which was in 2015, and this exhibition was presented in the City Hall of Wrocław and also in Berlin and many other places with quite positive feedback. And the second exhibition was about the Kominek. It was called Unknown Father of Europe, and this exhibition was, for example, in Brussels, but also scientific approach, some researchers, conference, seminars. Last 4 years, we launched a big project called Millennial Letters. We collect all the letters that was sent by Polish bishop to the others. And then after that, 2 years ago, we published a book with all the letters, with a special place for these letters to German bishops. It's a really nice scientific source book, but also for youth. We produced a comic book about the reconciliation, a theater play in 2015 about the message, the letter, and which is maybe the most, maybe not the brand, maybe not the brand new, but the newest thing that we tried to do was the website called reconciliation.eu. And this is a website promoting this issue, the letter, the Bolesław Kominek, and also reconciliation, as it was called. But also it was some kind of step for application of our institution for European Heritage label for the letter as a part not only of Polish culture, historical heritage, especially in this context, Polish-German relation, but also as something which go across this history, something which is quite broader as a part of a European heritage, as I presented, something that changed not only our relation, but also a history of this part of Europe. Thank you.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much. That's an absolute catalogue of huge work in the area of dealing with the legacy of the past, and also the work that you're all doing in reconciliation. And I suppose what struck me about it was the innovation that's happening in the borderlands. And in some way, is the work happening in the borderlands, in the borders of the countries, in a way that's not happening in other places because people can meet, or it's where cultures meet each other, or maybe have hurt each other within all of that. And from the legacy of the past, you know what struck me? What you said, it's like one step forward and another step back, and no shared understanding maybe of what happened, and the importance of youngsters across the board with all of you, the transgenerational and the intergenerational work, that it's important that all young people are exposed to other countries and other expressions of art and culture that really don't need the words, but actually can transmit, you know, that kind of an understanding. And the importance of the role of the churches, the different image that I have of Catholics and Orthodox and Jewish synagogues, and you talking about the role of the letter and the letters and the symbolism of all of that in the midst of the years, and the amount of time that all of that takes, you know, within all of that. So I remember when I was talking to you there just before we went, you know, before you did your presentations, I said I could talk and listen to all of you for 2 hours, never mind 15 minutes of the work that you've done. So I suppose I know that a lot of you are working in the coalface and have worked there for long periods of time, and that this is not easy work, you know. And I suppose Beata and I had a common question for you all. What do you do? How do you mind yourself? How do you take care of yourself when you're doing work this? Vesna, you've been doing it for a long time. Roisin, you've been doing it. You've all been doing it in different ways. So how do you mind yourself in the midst of all this?
Well, first is really communication and understanding that what we do demands lasting connection. So once we start working with survivor or family of victims, we keep in touch and we are doing different things together. But it means that we are meandering through the problems together. We cannot be in touch every month, but quite frequently we are in touch. And for me personally, it's really loving relationships, friendship, a network of support, and art. Art is really enriching life so much that it's really helpful when you deal with war crimes. It's very important that you're involved also in looking at what happened through art, because shared understanding is even not on horizon. We are very far from that. I'm actually tempted to think that that's not going to happen during my lifetime. If you might have a mistaken impression that in some cold conflicts presented here, I would dare to say that some of the conflicts which were presented were cold or are cold. The Second World War in our part of the world, in Croatia, post-Yugoslav countries, it's not cold at all. So it's still very hot, and we really struggle and polemicize about it. But we also have polemics, you know, between Croatia and Italy. So it's not just post-Yugoslav countries, but also other countries. So these different narrations should maybe have simply space of being presented one beside each other, so that we don't have this dream that it has to become a narration, because I'm not sure when that's going to happen. But it's very important that more often than not, what happened is presented from perspective of film lenses and through eyes of artists, because they somehow sublimate part of the pain for all of us. Not so much for survivors, but at least for the ones who have not been so heavily damaged by conflict.
Anyone else there? How do you manage yourselves?
I'm maybe going to bring a negative side to this and say that we don't. Sorry, from my experience in the north, I've noticed, I've dealt with some of the most contentious issues that there are things like parades, policing paramilitaries. And I've noticed that a lot of people, I work with everyday heroes. You know, I work with people every day that you're not going to hear about. Nobody's going to write any books about them, but they really put themselves out there. But one of the things that I've noticed among activists is people die young. And I know that might be very negative to you, but it's just that I think that sometimes when you're a peacemaker, if I can use that terminology.
Slow.
Yeah, if I, you know, when you're a peacemaker, I think that you keep driven. You have to be very driven, and you have to go for the next issue, and you have to immerse yourself in the next issue, because the chance that you might develop a process or engage in dialogue that will save lives, you know, you can't afford to take the time. So I suppose, Barbara, I worry that we don't look after ourselves. Maybe other people have different experiences, but I think that you have to be very driven to do this work. Otherwise, you would have given up a long time ago.
Thanks, Roisin. Anybody else think that they have to be very driven to do this work? And it's, what do you think? Tamara?
As an artist, you can say that it is easy for me, but no, it's not. It's the same, and I'm like deeply in it. And yeah, I think that I don't have a private life. Like it's all together. Yeah, like when I watch movies with this subject, and I listen music with this subject. So that's actually like totally in my life, I could say. But on the other hand, it also really helping. Yeah. To make art from it, yeah, it's a cure, I can say, yeah, it's really a cure, and it's also a cure to work with young people, and to, yeah, it's also like a curing thing to work with them, yeah.
Thanks, Tamara. Anyone else?
Yeah, I thought about it quite personal. Because just looking on the history of my family, it's like, you know, my grandfather, grandmothers survived the war, and during the war they were forced laborers expelled from their homes, and they had to work in Germany, someone near Munich, and something like that. And after the war, they established a new life in Lower Silesia, so in German houses, in a new context. And the Germans, they used to live there, they had to be expelled. So after these years, they try to somehow to manage with this stories of my grandfathers, which are not so widely discussed in our family meetings. It's interesting that after some 2 or 3 generations now, I have friends in Germany. I can just study there, spend a lot of time near the German cities, near the Polish border, and it's how it's worked, the reconciliation. So after 77 years I'm discussing about the process. It's not about just, you know, the states, the Polish, German states, not about the bishop that sends, but it's more for me about my family also. It's a part of me, my personal story, the story of my family. So it's how it works.
So your personal story is connected to the big.
Yeah. It's about the people that someone said today. So thanks to this work, I discovered that it's something which is more important than I thought before.
Than you thought it would be. Yeah. Thanks very much. Anyone else on that? About yourself, Alex.
I'm on the other side of the argument, so to speak. To me, it's really fulfilling. Sometimes it can be very difficult to work with a lot of people from a lot of different backgrounds. But when I see the results, when I see that our community, our city, because basically I speak on a very low level, not a broad term of reconciliation between nations, just a small city. I can see the results, the way they feel so proud about their own culture and feeling proud because their culture is put in the forefront, not just talked in the back. For me, that's something that is truly fulfilling, and it's something that drives me on. Because in the end, we only as a team want to make our community proud and help our city become a better place for all of the other nations that live there.
So there's a lot of passion for this work somewhere. Any questions from the audience for any one of the participants? Up the back. Do you want to take one? Yeah. Because we don't have more, actually. Anybody else as well, too?
Thank you very much. There were very interesting projects that we heard. I have a question for Tiberio regarding So I was wondering that it could be really challenging and very wonderful to work with a multicultural heritage like Nagyvárad Oradea has in Romania, but I was wondering how the museum involves communities. So there is a sizable Hungarian community there. What is the language policy of the museum? So does the museum talk in Hungarian to Hungarians in Romania? So I've seen, is it attentive to intercultural education, for example, to present to the Romanian community Hungarians and vice versa? And is it possible, for example, for a Children's Day program that the museum has, if I want to go with my child, a 4-year-old who does not speak yet Romanian, for example, to have some programs for them as well?
Forgive me, in the interest of time, I didn't want to be very specific about our multitude of events and exhibitions that we do. But yes, answering your question, all of our events, all of our exhibitions, all the pictures, if you've seen, the information, everything we try to bring in Romanian and in Hungarian. But because we realize that the Hungarian community is a large one, its cultures, its values need to be respected, and everything that follows through, every information that we offer to the public should be available not only to the Romanians, not only to the Germans or whatever, but to the Hungarians as well. And coming back to the second part of your question, what do we do with children? Do we have certain events involving children? Well, the last project is basically involving young students to get to know one another. For example, we bring children from Hungarian schools and Romanian schools, and we try to do a workshop together to learn about each other on a common ground. So what do we do? I don't know, history, prehistory. Last week when I saw one of the workshops, the children were discussing prehistory. How was life back 10,000 years ago? And there were Hungarians and Romanians, and the project is actually an international one, so they spoke in English. But this is at a high school level. So all of our projects are intended to be as available as possible to all of the communities that it involves. Actually, we put a lot of work into it to get the information out there, to lay it on the panels, on the images, to be available both in Hungarian and Romanian, and of course, English.
Thanks a lot. I'm interested actually, how do you reach out? So, at least working in the field, I have the impression that many of projects are easily reaching people that we can call the usual suspects, but it's somehow difficult to reach maybe persons or groups that are far away from these reconciliation processes, also minorities or disadvantaged people in our societies. So whoever wants to grab it, maybe there's also 2 or 3 people that can give one example, one practice from your projects, from your institutions, how you reach out to people that are not among the usual suspects. Thank you.
Great. We'll take another question. We'll take another question. Was there? Do you have a question? Yeah, good man.
Yes, an observation and a question as well. The observation is that if we will see the time before the First World War, the elite, the academic elite in Europe was in dialogue, actually. Many students from Germany studied in good universities in the UK. And specifically among the theological work, you will see many important theologians like Harnack, I will recall, who was very well known and respected. He was one of the most involved in justifying the war. What I'm trying to say by this is that there was cultural discussion, there was cultural exchange like we are doing now, but this didn't stop. These people actually got involved and support the militarization and the continuation of the war. So we have to search deeper beyond just cultural exchanges and developing programs. What motivates academics or people like us eventually to stand in favor of war or against the war? And a very practical question, because I like a lot Irish music, but this refers also to other cultures as well. How do you deal with elements of our culture that still support and convey the negative aspects of this common memory? Particularly patriotic songs, so fond in the Irish communities, and people like them, and as a Greek I like them as well. What do we do with these aspects? Very emotional, very strong, very popular among people, and very strong again to convey this memory, maybe in a way not just of just remembering the events, but also keeping separation and division among people. Thank you.
That's a good question. The last 2 questions are good. So I'd say that all of you have you have a view on that. So the first question was, how do you reach out to communities, especially those on the margins that you don't have the usual suspects coming, the easiest people to get? That's question number 1. And the second one was, how do you deal with the negative elements of culture? Is that reflecting what you meant there?
If we call them negative elements, we have to respect them because they are part of our culture, but still they have a negativity.
Negativity in them. Okay, so anybody want to take those? Maybe the first one. How do you get marginal communities?
And maybe prepared to take criticism from those groups, and you're not prepared to be exposed to very difficult narratives, don't do it. That's my advice. Because when you're going into a situation like that, you have to build trust from the ground up. And trust building is a very specific skill that people need to do. You need to be transparent, and you need to be very clear about what it is you're promising and what you're asking them to promise. Because really, you know, Hannah Arendt said, you know, that life is made up of people making and keeping promises to one another. And that's what peace building is about. It's about promising someone you will be there for them, you listen to them, very specifically. So I suppose that's how you do it. But I've always worked with groups that are not in the mainstream because I've always found it irritating to try and get past gatekeepers, because gatekeepers have a tendency to have agendas which are not always for the people on the ground. So because I have little tolerance for that, I'm always working with those groups. So it's about honing your skills in terms of the trust building and always remembering to keep your promises.
Thanks, Roisin. Valérie, you had something to say to that?
Yes, as we actually work more with marginalized memory, taboo topics, meaning in Croatia that we would work a lot with Serbian community, Roma community, Jewish community. It is sometimes difficult for us to reach out to the dominant group of Croats. And it is that the way how we work in public is we address general public. When there is a new county research presented related to fate of killed and missing, we organize press conference and invite everyone to join. But then the question is, when you're so visible, will young people come to your workshop? Because it might be that will be too much out around issues which are actually difficult to swallow, because we really insist on fate of all the victims. Then what is lately very helpful is that we cooperate with certain faculties in practical education, and many young people come through that. So it's not perfect. And concerning the music question, well, you select. And what I maybe haven't underlined is that we always try to work with violence and consequences of violence and resistance to violence, so that we actually would select songs which would maybe in music be more related to resistance. And in all times, you know, when we speak about Second World War, there was resistance. When we speak about political violence during Yugoslav socialism, there have been people who resisted, there have been composers who composed. And it is that in the 90s, there were peace initiatives. Some people are conscientious objectors. They refuse to bear arms on different sides of war. So it's, you know, you select. You don't take everything.
Can I say a word about this topic, about your question? I don't even think that maybe we should just give another context of this forbidden even songs you said or words. I can give you a very interesting example, and it is actually from the literature. I don't know if you heard about, he's actually a very famous writer, Karl Ove Knausgård, Norwegian. And he wrote a book with the name Mein Kampf. And I think it is so important to break these forbidden words and to give them another context. Because if you understand me, now we have like 2 Mein Kampfs, and I'm not afraid to say the word. And he was so brave to take this hard word and to put it in another context and actually talk about his own Kampf, his own struggle in himself. Just, if you understand me, so just give another context of these words or forms which sounds or can be very problematic. If you understand me, I hope that yeah. So for me, that is a perfect example of how you can make another context of something that can be problematic. So I wouldn't be afraid of using any music, especially art, like and give them another form. Yeah.
Veronica, do you have anything? Are you're okay? Yeah. Anyone else?
About reaching to the audience, which is not well. Our experience is, working with a small community. So here the dynamic is very different because even working with, grandparents and children, you somehow anyway touch all the other groups, their parents, neighbors, and but in this work, when you have this factor of time, not project, you can give yourself and them also time to join this work. And this is a huge privilege. And I know that in many contexts, it's not so. There is not this comfort of having a time and a whole community to work with. So this is the very important aspect here. And about these difficult elements of culture that you have anyway to deal with, because I think that the most the worst thing that could happen is to ignore them or just push them back, because anyway they will come back in the forms that you cannot predict. Working with memory or culture on the borderland, it's a question of responsibility, who is touching it, you know? So this legitimacy, which comes from the fact that you are dealing with, you know, these difficult parts of your culture, so that the dialogue with the other side is possible, it's very important. And it also needs time for us to be ready to do so. But when you are and you work on your side of this problem or this, then it kind of opens a way for others to do the same or join you in that. We had this, it's not about songs or culture, it's more about a difficult past and things that we didn't want to touch, but very much also connected with culture. You know, in Poland, this identity of victimhood after the war is really, really strong and present in every element. So to touch it with, for example, a book about Jedwabne, neighbors, which we published, it was so painful and so hard, you know, to accept for our society. But I think that and we're still dealing with it. You know, this is this case of a small town in which Poles helped, killed their Jewish neighbors, and after the war for many years it was said that it was Germans, and only recently, you know, the whole truth about this terrible crime came out. So still fighting and dealing with it, but the fact that the book was published in our region and the discussion started with this community gave it a chance to make an impact. And I think the same goes for every difficult elements of culture or art that we have to deal with.
Listen, thanks very much. I could listen to all of you for a lot longer, but I'll probably be killed if we don't stop just now. And just on behalf of Beata and myself, I'd just like to thank all of you, not just for being here, but for the work that you do in the world. And yeah, that's it. Yeah.